Please rise. February 22nd, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Council is now in session. Warden Liz Danielson presiding.
Please be seated. Good morning, everyone. We respectfully acknowledge that the County of Haliburton is located on Treaty 20 Michi-Saugeek territory and in the traditional territory of the Michi-Saugeek and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We acknowledge a shared presence of Indigenous nations throughout the area and recognize its original Indigenous inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda for today? Councillors Fury and Carter.
Moved by Councillor Fury, seconded by Councillor Carter. Be it resolved that the February 22nd, 2023 Haliburton County Council agenda be approved.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any notice of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof? Councillor Dayoub.
Thank you. On matter 8.1 on our agenda, we have a delegation from the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust. And Madam Warden, I'd like to advise my fellow council members that I in fact sit on the board of directors for the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust, but that I have had a conversation with our integrity commissioner, who has advised me that for today's delegation, there is neither pecuniary nor non-pecuniary conflict of interest, but this will be reviewed anytime in the future that they come back to council with other considerations or requests.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes from January 25th and January the 30th? Councillor McKechnie and Councillor Ryle.
Moved by Councillor McKechnie, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the minutes from the January 25th, 2023 regular meeting and the January 30th, 2023 special meeting of Haliburton County Council be adopted as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no business arising from the previous meeting, so we'll move into delegations. And this morning we welcome Paul Heaven and Shelley Hunt from the Land Trust to talk about the Highlands Corridor. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, everyone. Has Shelley joined us?
Hello.
Good morning, Shelley.
Oh, hi. I'm just trying to figure out how to get in here as a panelist. Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. We just need to turn on
Okay.
your video.
Okay, I'm trying. Let's see. I actually had to join from my phone this morning because my laptop is not working. But anyway, I'm not sure if anyone can see me now. I don't know.
We can't see you.
Well, okay. Well, maybe if you can hear me, maybe that's enough for now. Shall I go ahead?
Go ahead.
All right. Hi, so thanks so much for allowing us to make this delegation today. I'm here representing the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust Board of Directors, and along with our partner, Paul Heaven of Glenside Ecological Services, we're here to update Council today on our Highlands Corridor Initiative and ask for Council support. Before I turn it over to Paul to explain the significance of the Highlands Corridor, I just want to provide a little bit of context. Most of you know the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust. We're a local, mostly volunteer-run organization, and we're working to protect the land we love for future generations. We do this by acquiring and stewarding ecologically significant properties, but also through education and research initiatives. And it's the research that we've been conducting on the natural heritage of Haliburton County over the years that has revealed a really important part of the landscape that we feel needs more protection, and hence this Highlands Corridor initiative that we've been working on for the past couple of years. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Paul to explain what the Highlands Corridor is all about.
Thanks, Shelley. Yes, so in 2007, the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust was charged with protecting our natural heritage and across the county of Haliburton. And that was a tough thing to do without really understanding what is important on our landscape. And so we initiated a number of projects sort of looking at species at risk and wetlands and forests. And from that, our attention was continuously drawn to the southern part of Haliburton, right across this area that we're now defining as the Highlands Corridor, and extends from Queen Elizabeth II Wildlands Park to Kawartha Highlands Provincial Park and up to Silent Lake Provincial Park. This area, which is about 100,000 hectares in size, is really a nature-based solution to building climate change resilience, protecting lands and waters, and maintaining biodiversity. Next slide, please. We know that the natural environment provides critical services required for building climate change resilience. And so I'm going to start off really by speaking about the natural infrastructure found in the Highlands Corridor. Next slide, please. The first and foremost, of course, is flood attenuation. We know we've experienced serious flooding in 2013, 16, 17, and 19, at which point we've had declarations of emergency in 3 of those years. Wetlands have the ability to soak up water, absorb them during times of high water, and then slowly release that water as the landscape dries. Through our studies, we've actually mapped all the wetlands in Snowdon, Lutterworth, and Glamorgan, and discovered that actually the Highlands Corridor has about 17.9% representation of wetlands, exceptionally high for the site district. At the site district level, it's only 11%, and that includes lakes as well. And here we are at 17.9%. That said, we recognize we have had flooding in 4 years in the county of Haliburton. And so but that really screams that any further loss of wetlands will just exacerbate that situation. So we have to be mindful of what we have. And the Highlands Corridor has a high representation of wetlands. Looking at it sort of at a provincial level, you can see that up in that upper left corner of the photos there, the Highlands Corridor is really perched at the top of a large watershed that extends all the way down to Lake Ontario. And therefore, these services, this natural infrastructure, really services much of central Ontario in terms of flood attenuation. Next slide, please. But also with a high number of wetlands, we also have a lot of carbon storage, 17.9%. Many of those wetlands are fens and bogs with deep carbon deposits. This wetland here is actually found in Snowdon Municipal Park and is kilometers wide and tens of meters deep of just pure peat. And that peat is locked up carbon, a big bowl of carbon right there. And that's indicative of many of our wetlands throughout the corridor. But it's not just wetlands. We also have 71% of the corridor is actually forested, with another 75% of those forests actually being mature forests. And so again, incredible carbon storage there as well. Next slide, please. We've looked at some of these wetlands. Actually, we've gone in and done full evaluations of those wetlands to sort of determine the provincial significance. And as well as being 17.9%, we have almost 5,000 hectares of provincially significant wetland throughout the corridor. So quite a bit there as well. 71% forested, 75% of that is mature. Actually, down in the southern part there's a large stand of old growth hemlock as well, known as the Cachacoma Forest. And that's down in the again, it's down in the southern part. There is precedence actually for protecting some of the old growth hemlock. We have the Clear Lake Conservation Reserve in Haliburton as well, which is protected as a conservation reserve. Next slide, please. But again, it's not just the infrastructure. We know that maintaining biodiversity is critical to maintaining healthy ecosystems, and healthy ecosystems in turn is critical to maintaining healthy communities. Wildlife populations, with climate change, wildlife populations will be stressed. We've got disease, insect infestation, droughts, flooding. All of these things are going to put incredible pressure on our wildlife populations. The only way a species will be able to survive is its ability to move. We're going to have local extirpation sort of happening over here where a population might disappear. Its survival will depend on whether it can move over from, say, Kawartha Provincial Park and repopulate that area. And so connectivity really becomes an important piece of our climate change resilience to protect our wildlife populations and maintain our biodiversity in our landscape. Next slide, please. This also plays a part, not just at the local level, at the county level, but it actually plays a part at the provincial level as well. The corridor is actually perched on the edge of the Canadian Shield, which has actually been defined as a significant wildlife corridor extending from Georgian Bay right across to the Frontenac axis. This area is unique in a number of ways. First of all, high representation of wetlands, as we know, but it also is a transition zone between the St. Lawrence lowlands and the Canadian Shield, and as such, we get the biodiversity from the north combined with the biodiversity from the south, and then as well with some unique landscape features like the exposed bedrock throughout the whole area. You can see in gray, and so with this high amount of biodiversity, one other thing too, we've got development occurring heavily to the south, and so a lot of species are actually pushed up into this area, thereby more enhancing the biodiversity in this specific region. And so not surprisingly, you start to see a number of provincial parks and conservation reserves established right across this corridor that are already in place, trying to protect and maintain some of that biodiversity and those important ecological functions and features. The Highlands corridor there in the center is the pinkish area, and again connects 3 provincial parks, 3 ANSIs as well, areas of natural and scientific interest, and is actually in the largest gap at the provincial level among those protected areas of provincial parks and conservation reserves. Next slide, please. Through our studies, we know that there's 39 different species at risk in the Highlands corridor, 25 provincially significant species, and 42 regionally and locally significant species. So again, biodiversity is very, very high. We've been working with the Wilderness Conservation Society of Canada for the last couple of years, actually looking at this biodiversity and investigating whether or not it will qualify as a key biodiversity area. And so we're waiting for that which would actually be for that decision, which will actually give it some global significance as well. Next slide, please. Just to highlight one quick project, in 2014, the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust initiated a project looking at connectivity and trying to mitigate some of the impacts of turtle road mortality. We knew that turtles were being killed on our roads and fragmented by the roads, and so we wanted to install an underpass and a turtle barrier wall, and test the efficacy of that, make sure it actually functioned and increasing the permeability or the connectivity across the landscape. Hats off to the community. The community dedicated 5,500 hours over that 3-year term to volunteer hours to help us get the information that we needed to put together a rigorous study. That study has since been published in the primary literature and is guiding conservation efforts at the landscape level globally. So it's quite a kudos to Haliburton. Of interest, that turtle underpass and barrier wall are actually located in the center of the Highlands corridor on Galert Road, and are right now increasing connectivity and maintained by the county of Haliburton. So hats off to you as well on that. Next slide, please. I'm not an economist, I'm a biologist, but we do know recreation and tourism are vital components of our economic model. And we also understand that maintaining healthy lakes and ecosystems ensures the sustainability of these industries. The Highlands corridor speaks directly to that second point, and that's what it's about: maintaining healthy lakes and ecosystems. Next slide, please. So this is the point I really want to drive home here: is the opportunity. The Highlands corridor is about 100,000 hectares in size, of which 60,000 hectares is unceded Crown land. The federal government is committed to protecting 30% of our land by 2030. Ontario has only 10.7%. To move that by 1%, we would need to protect another 1 million hectares of land, just by 1%. So we've got a long way to go. But what we also have to recognize is that there's really limited opportunity in central and southern Ontario, and we need this climate change resilience. We need to maintain our biodiversity in central and southern Ontario. We cannot just protect all the lands way up north. We have to protect it here in our backyards as well, to make sure that we are protected from flooding, that our wildlife populations are going to be all right, and we can keep our own biodiversity back in this area. And so looking across the development in sort of central and southern Ontario, where are there opportunities? Well, the Highlands corridor represents a real opportunity with 60,000 hectares of unceded Crown land right here. Next slide, please. So we are seeking protection of the Crown land, but we also recognize by no means will that apply at all to private lands. Private lands represent 40,000 hectares of the Highlands corridor. And some of the Crown land is not contiguous, and so it is somewhat fragmented. But there are things we can do to enhance the connectivity in those gaps as well. And I think we're already doing a phenomenal job. The Haliburton Highlands Land Trust, for example, has 290 hectares of lands already secured in the corridor. You can see those areas in purple on that map, nicely adjoining some of the Crown land. Snowden Municipal Park represents another 190 hectares. Kawartha Lake Land Trust down in the south of us has a 100-acre lot in there as well. But what's really interesting is in a couple of years ago, the Land Trust started a project called the Partners in Conservation, where we reached out to landowners and said, you know, you're a part of this and this corridor, and if you're interested in landscape conservation and connectivity and maintaining biodiversity, then let's work together to try and see what we can do. And so we started this Partners in Conservation program, and put out the call and said, is anybody interested in working with us on this? And instantly our spaces were filled that we had funding for. And so we worked with these landowners and put together management plans and then based on good stewardship, and enrolled them in the Managed Forest Tax Incentive Program, and they have a 10% or a 75% tax break on their taxes for the next 10 years, and they're engaged in the process. And through that, we've actually secured another 1,500 hectares of protected lands in the corridor. And so we're starting to already fill in the gaps between the Crown land, which is really, really exciting. However, none of this is relevant unless we can properly protect that Crown land. And I'm going to pass it back to Shelley now, just to speak to how we can our strategy for building that. Before I do that, though, quickly, I just wanted to say, in terms of speaking to how this Highlands corridor complements the county climate change plan, I would ask you to direct your questions to Corey. She's well aware of the Highlands corridor. It has been Corey McKay, well aware of the Highlands corridor, has been advising us in certain areas, and can certainly speak to that. And I believe she's present. Shelley, I'll pass it to you now.
Great. Thank you, Paul. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Apologies again for the lack of video. I realized my phone thinks I'm in the car, and so it's not letting me join Zoom completely because of that. So thanks so much, Paul, for that. And so I just wanted a little update. Since we were here last, we made a delegation in June of 2021 to sort of introduce the concept of the Highlands corridor, and Council was very supportive at the time. And since then, we've continued to work. We've secured sort of ongoing funding from Environment and Climate Change Canada, the Habitat Stewardship Program. We've recently secured some funding from the Shad Foundation, and these sort of sources of funding have allowed us to continue our research into and mapping of wetlands and other types of ecosystems in the corridor, and our outreach to our partners in conservation and so on. But we're looking to continue to move this initiative forward. And ultimately, what we're looking for is more protection of that Crown land within the Highlands corridor, ideally as a conservation reserve. We're looking to continue to build partnerships with private landowners to promote good stewardship, as Paul described, through our Partners in Conservation program. And we're also looking for opportunities to work with other stakeholders, with governments of various levels, to ensure long-term protection of lands and waters within the corridor. And as an example, we're working to engage provincial MPPs at the moment. We'll be holding a reception at Queen's Park on May 4th. Everyone's invited. This reception will be hosted by Laurie Scott. And so we're looking forward to being able to engage and reach out to government representatives on the provincial level through this event. We're also looking to consult with Indigenous peoples, with First Nations, to identify traditional uses and knowledge of the Highlands corridor, and to continue our ecological research. And this includes mapping of wetlands and other key types of features within the corridor. And of course, making those maps available to the county as we have in the past. And I think this is something that is a great way for us to partner with the county and provide that information that we're gathering through our research. I think it's really important to mention that, Paul has been showing some wonderful maps and, illustrating the kind of stretch of the corridor and how it stretches across the landscape, but by no means are those boundaries firm. We look at this as being an ongoing conversation and discussion and a starting point. So when we're talking about support for protection of the Highlands corridor, again, the focus is on the public lands, and the exact boundaries are flexible and negotiable. So that's, I think, important to mention. Next slide, please. So in order for us to continue to move this initiative forward, we're looking to be able to demonstrate support from the county. And we're asking the county to pass a resolution and hopefully provide a letter of support. And so we've got a suggested resolution up on the slide here that you can see. We're not looking for any financial commitment at the moment. We're really just looking for support from the county for us to continue moving this forward and take it to different levels of government, and continue to garner support from the community of Haliburton. And so far, we've had lots of indications that the general public is really excited about this initiative. We're working on a strategic plan at the moment for our organization, and part of that was sort of doing surveys of members of the public in the county to look at what they want the land trust to do. And one of those things that seem to be supported very strongly was work on protection for the broader landscape beyond our own properties. So I mentioned the event at Queen's Park, which everyone's welcome. And we'll also be holding a local event on March 3rd. So next Friday, Lori Scott's going to be in attendance at that event as well. And we'll be just giving some information about the Highlands corridor to the community of Haliburton at the fish hatchery on March 3rd. So everyone's welcome to join us there as well. So with that, I'll wrap up our presentation, and maybe next slide, we can just thank our supporters. So I just want to thank all of the different organizations that have helped contribute to this initiative financially or otherwise.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Shelley and Paul. Do members of council have any questions for Paul, Shelley, or Corey? Councillor Rayal.
First off, I think the work that you guys are doing is unbelievable. Somebody's got to be the leader, and you can't ask for better leaders. Having said that, if you look at the maps, you'll find that the municipality of Highlands East, I don't know if any part of it is not inside the corridor. I think the entire municipality is inside the corridor. And there are small parcels of land, crown land, that are possibly suitable for affordable housing. Okay, now, if we support this particular resolution that you want us to support, is that going to restrict what we're capable of doing when we're lobbying the Crown for that kind of property to be used for affordable? And if not, how much bureaucratic gymnastics are we going to have to go through in order to make that happen? Because at the end of the day, human beings by their very nature are an invasive species. And so consequently, there's going to be more of us up here, and we're going to have a place to live. And unlike natural habitat, we need the comforts of human living. So I'm questioning not so much the value of what you're doing, because that's there, it's to be spoken for. It's the regulations and restrictions that could come from it that would make small municipalities like us, where we're completely inside of the envelope, restrictive on what we can do on some of the other projects that are being faced by not only Highlands East, but all of Haliburton County. So I guess my question is all of the Crown land going to fall into this territory? Or are we going to have the ability to appeal for some of it to be transferred to other options, provided they don't create totally unnecessary challenges on the environment?
Yeah, I could take a stab at that if that's okay, Paul.
Sure.
thank you. Thank you so much for the question. And I would argue that humans, maybe we've acted like an invasive species, but I think at the same time we can coexist with wildlife and with nature quite successfully if we just do smart planning. I think, it's really important to emphasize that we fully understand the need for housing and the need for people to have places to live, and for smart development of resources and all of those things. So those are important things to the economy and well-being of the county as well, of course. And I think, I'll emphasize again that the boundaries of what we are calling the Highlands Corridor are not fixed or firm in any way. They're very flexible. And I think also, as much as we might like to snap our fingers and have every inch of Crown land within the corridor, all of a sudden protected, I think we need to be realistic about the fact that there are other needs for some of that land. And I think that's we could look at this as thinking about establishing a conservation reserve in the key parts of the Highlands Corridor. I think that's maybe more what we're after here. And I think when we get to the point where we're doing when there's on the ground negotiations going on about land use and which parcels of Crown land should be used for different things. I mean, I think there's obviously plenty of room to talk about those details. I think, also just thinking about some of the most ecologically significant lands, like the amazing wetlands that we have in this part of Haliburton County, those are not always the most desirable places for building anyway, right? So it causes a lot of, so what I'm saying, I guess, is that I think there's room for side-by-side conservation, and room for people, and room for smart development within the corridor as well.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Rao? Go ahead.
I just want to make sure at the end of the day that we're not creating any unnecessary challenges for either group, and that there is a way for us to, if we find something that's appropriate for housing or any other type of project that would be worthwhile, that we could move on that. And again, I'm sure we're not going to build it in a wetland, and we're certainly not going to build it in an area where ecologically or basically logistically, from the purposes of building, just doesn't make sense. Vertical cliffs and areas where there's protection. But there is some Crown land here that is very suitable for development in terms of housing. And I just want to make sure at the end of the day that we can still get access to that if we can find a proper way to develop that particular property.
Councillor Carter.
Sure, and I think,
thank you for your presentation. I'm very sympathetic to what you're trying to do, but I can say that before Councillor Rial spoke, I thought he was reading from my mind. We have enough challenges, and I think in particular we're talking about affordable housing here. When we're trying to build any affordable or attainable housing, one of our biggest challenges today are cost. And the cost of the land is a very important component in any of those projects. We have there is a lot of private land, but people know what it's worth, and they want to sell it, and so that adds to our total cost. One of the areas that is possible for us to look at is the whole area of Crown land. The government has said that they want to promote housing, and they have privately come to us and say, well, is there any land that we have that we can work with? So I guess my issue would be, I do not want, it's already difficult enough to negotiate anything with the government. To add some hurdles or add some issues to that negotiation is unacceptable to me. And in your slide on the strategy, you seek protection of unceded Crown land as a conservation reserve. You're not discriminating the land there. As Councillor Rial said, we're not looking to build housing in a wetland. mainly because it would be wet, but but there is an awful lot of land that is crown land right now that is probably not as environmentally important as other pieces of land. So I wouldn't want us to put in another hurdle that stops us from being able to develop housing, which is, like the environment, is a crisis at this point in time. So I certainly wouldn't vote for something that said that, all crown land is now going to be, protected or offered some protection. There has to be something in between.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I think, again, we're really sympathetic to the challenges that municipalities are facing and that people are facing in terms of the lack of affordable housing. And I just want to emphasize again, and maybe Paul would like to say something too about this, but at this point, the mapping that we've done, the sort of extent of the corridor, the crown lands that are encompassed, I mean, this is really just it's a starting point for conversation. And I think the key comes down to, as Paul mentioned, the opportunity. We have such a great opportunity to really plan out well how things are going to move forward in the county, and particularly in this corridor, and really look at where are the places that are suitable for housing, and what are the habitats and ecosystems and the sort of the connectivity that we want to make sure that we're maintaining, and do that in a smart, well-planned way. And so I think we're really cognizant of the challenges that you're facing, and we understand that people need a place to live. And I think those things can exist side by side with better protection of the ecologically significant lands in the corridor. So I understand your concerns. I think what we're really looking for is sort of support in principle for conservation of significant ecologically important lands. And as a starting point, we've highlighted all of the crown land where there is the possibility of creating that designation as conservation reserve. But we're not necessarily saying that every square inch of the crown land within the corridor is what we're looking for conservation reserve land. Paul, I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add to that.
No, I think you said it well there, Shelley. I mean, there are other interests too, right? There's forestry, there's mining claims. I mean, all of that makes and so all of that is going to come into the discussion and be part of it. What we're bringing to the table is the ecology piece. So let's discuss that in the context of ecology, in the context of healthy communities and healthy ecosystems. How do we go about doing this properly? And ensuring that we have maintained our connectivity, maintained our climate change resilience, while allowing for these other things to occur. So there's lots of discussion to move forward, and it's going to be a long process, but it's just properly.
I'm wondering if. Go ahead, Shelley.
Sorry, just to jump in really quickly again, if we go back to the slide where we sort of thought out our the kind of resolution that we're looking for, it's fairly general. So we're talking about just looking for support, supporting the land trust in our effort to better protect the lands and waters within the Highlands corridor, the crown lands and waters. That's sort of what we're looking for. So we're not looking for any formal support from council for the conservation reserve designation of all of the crown lands. We're keeping it at a fairly high level at this point.
I would like to know when you're talking about, and I've got to say, I do support the work that you're doing completely. But I wonder, when you speak about flexible boundaries, how you want to or would plan to manage that, given that when you're looking for protection for a specific area from the province, how do you deal with the flexible boundaries that you speak of?
Oh, sure. Well, Paul's really the expert on that, but I think just very quickly what we meant by that is that we've outlined what we're calling the Highlands corridor, but for anyone looking at the lands that are right on the edge or just in or just out, the boundaries are somewhat, I won't say they're arbitrary, but we had to sort of put some boundaries somewhere, and we made some decisions with the mapping just to illustrate, this sort of important swath of land. But by no means are the lines that we're showing right now as the boundaries of the Highlands corridor. By no means are those, the last word, I guess, in some ways. Maybe Paul could speak to that a little bit more.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the big thing is connectivity between 3 parks, right? We've got parks are core areas for wildlife populations. Connecting those parks is the main concept that we're after. That has to, so how do we maintain that? Where do those boundaries, how thick they are, where do they taper, that's all up in the air, right at this point. We don't know that. And what are the encumbrances on the we've just begun looking at that on different Crown lands, and what can we protect and what can't we protect? That's all part of it. But the concept of connectivity, biodiversity, and climate change resilience are what defines the broad area. Does that help?
Yep.
Yeah.
Councillor Dayu.
Thanks. I'm obviously in support of this work. The interpretation that I would offer to members of council on what we've been hearing so far is that important difference between a blanket policy and a nuanced policy when it comes to strengthening policy. So if HHLT is saying we want to strengthen protection, it doesn't necessarily mean we want a blanket protection across everything. What HHLT is trying to do is create ecological evidence which will support the province to make better, more nuanced decisions while balancing up the need for housing and conservation and other things within a pocket of land. So it's not to cancel out other opportunities, it's to make wiser decisions within the same pocket of land based on ecological evidence, which for me it's a really important distinction.
Councillor Fury.
Well, certainly I support Councillor Rail and Carter have said. I think the devil is in the detail here, and we don't have a lot of detail. And I certainly support the principle and the concept, but we don't have Crown land in Dysart. But I'm concerned about a blanket statement, and I'm concerned when you're talking to an upper level of government to get an approval, and we need to know what that approval says and what flexibility there is.
Sure, and thank you very much for that. I think the process of designating any Crown land as conservation reserve is a long one. It's not a quick process, and it's not something where we would make a simple request and have it granted. It would be a lot of there would be a lot of negotiation involved, and what we're looking for is just to climb that ladder and try to see what can be done in terms of, targeting the ecologically significant lands, the connected lands, and having some support or having community support, local support, municipal support is kind of important to us in that process. And that's why, so it's a bit of an iterative process where we're not trying to overstate that we have the details or the specifics, because we want it to be a collaborative process where there are many stakeholders involved who will have concerns, legitimate concerns. And so we want to be able to go out there and talk about the Highlands corridor beyond Haliburton County and show that there is that support in principle for better protection without nailing down the details at the moment. And of course, that would be an ongoing discussion with the county and plenty of other stakeholders as well as we move towards better protection of lands within the corridor.
Thank you. One more question and then we have a resolution. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll 2 more questions, but if we can keep our responses to a minimum, we're extending our time for the delegation quite considerably. Councillor Rael.
Yeah, there's no question that we support, at least I support the whole idea of what you're doing. My concern is that the resolution as it's written on the slide.
We've got a new resolution.
Okay, well, whatever it is, the long and the short of it is that it needs to be slightly more specific in what you're trying to do. We've had some resolutions that have taken 2 breaths to get out. The length of it isn't the issue. The point is making sure at the end of the day that it reflects what we're prepared to support.
Okay.
Councillor McKechnie.
Yeah, I'm agreeable with Councillor Royale and Carter. And I definitely do not want to vote myself on anything in regard to this because I believe that there's a lot more issues out there that I surely would like to discuss some more. This is, to me, a very big issue. And I think that I'm not saying we're rushing it, but I would rather just like to see this just sit for a while and discuss it some more. I'm not in favor of voting at all. That's my vote.
Well, we have a resolution on the floor. If we could hear the resolution that you've got prepared.
Well, so there's a couple options. One is to just receive the delegation as information. And the other is to incorporate the requested support that they have included in their presentation with an additional paragraph. So what I've drafted is, be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the delegation from Paul Heaven and Shelley Hunt on behalf of the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust. Further, that the County of Haliburton support the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust in their efforts to better protect the Crown lands and waters in the Highlands Corridor. And finally, that Haliburton County Council requests that they be consulted as the boundaries of the corridor are further refined and Crown lands that are to be protected as a conservation reserve are identified. So basically, further conversation, nothing gets finalized until that consultation is happened.
I wonder if we could say support in principle.
Sure. Well, it's your resolution, so you can say whatever you would like.
I'd like to put forward the support in principle resolution and see where we land with that. So could I have a mover and a seconder for that?
Sure. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the delegation from Paul Heaven and Shelley Hunt on behalf of the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust. Further, that the County of Haliburton support in principle the Haliburton Highlands Land Trust in their efforts to better protect the Crown lands and waters in the Highlands Corridor. And finally, that Haliburton County Council requests that they be consulted as the boundaries of the corridor are further refined and Crown lands that are to be protected as a conservation reserve are identified.
Could I have a mover and a seconder just to put the motion on the floor? Councillor Dayu. Councillor Royale. All in favor? Against? Okay. That's carried. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the extra time. We really appreciate it.
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. Next on the agenda is approval of reports and recommendations from the Committee of the Whole meeting. I would ask if there are any questions or concerns. There's a few items on that list. The first is the Committee of the Whole meeting and the resolutions that result from that with respect to EMS and roads. And then we get into the finance. So questions about where we landed. I guess really we're more into questions about where we landed with the budget and if there remains any concerns about where we landed, given that this is a request to ultimately approve the budget that we've discussed. Any questions? The only comment that I wanted to make is, and I know that no one will agree with me, but I just feel it's important to say that I do object to the reduction in the reserves for affordable housing of $275,000. I also object to removing $105,000 from the shoreline budget. But those are just my personal feelings. So if there are no other questions about the recommendations from that meeting, could I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Carter and Fury, thank you.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Fury. Be it resolved that the recommendations from the February 8th, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Committee of the Whole be adopted by Haliburton County Council.
All in favor? That's carried. There's nothing coming from the Accessibility Committee, so we will get into planning and environment. And I look to Mr. Stone to speak to us about the Harbor Holdings application. Just as a point of information for council, we do have a resolution to approve or not approve, but that will follow the delegations by the Friends of Grass Lake and the Weir Folds LLP, as well as any response from Mr. Usher. So the final resolution will follow those. Morning, Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the rest of the council. I have the opportunity to present to you the official plan amendment that was approved by Dysart Council last September. It's their first amendment to their official plan. And as County Council knows, we are the approval authority of locally approved official plan amendments. So just by way of introducing this file, it has a storied history to it. So it goes back to the former planning director and former director of public works. The proponent, Haliburton Holdings, first initiated discussions with the township back in 2019. So there's a fair bit of history with regards to conversation about the redevelopment of these lands. And we were, the county, previous county staff were involved in that process early on as part of the pre-consultation process. So with that pre-consultation process, from guidance from township staff as well as county staff, directions were given to the proponent in regards to how to undertake the various studies, research into this project, ultimately leading to applications that were filed with the township, or I should say the municipality of Dysart, and ultimately leading to their staff review, their peer review as well of those studies, which culminated with a recommendation to their council for approval of this project. With regards to the amendment itself, it was deemed back as early as 2019 that it was simply requires a local official plan amendment, and that no county official plan amendment was required. So as it stands, we are just simply the county is the approval authority, sort of the final action to allow this amendment to Dysart official plan to occur. The reason why there was a need for a local official plan amendment is because the underlying designation in the municipal official plan was that of rural. And what's being requested by the proponent is to develop these lands to allow for a mix of commercial uses, as well as what is typically known in the land use planning business as medium density residential uses. So in essence, the local official plan provides guidance, and this amendment provides further guidance for the development of these lands for medium density residential uses, as well as mixed commercial uses at the corner of County Road 21 and Peninsula Road. That being said, there was a lot of study work that was done. And it was really to focus on three aspects of the planning guidance. So the first one being the provincial policy statement, the second one being the county official plan, and the third being the local official plan. With regards to the provincial policy, the efforts of the proponent and all his agents is really to establish consistency with the policies within the provincial policy statement. When you look at the county official plan and the local official plan, it's not so much consistency, it's about conformity, looking at conformity. I'll speak to the consistency side of things on provincial policy statement. In essence, the provincial policy statement's been around for a number of years and has been modified by various levels of tenures of government. But one thing that's been quite clear through the provincial policy statement that the policy statement encourages residential development of this magnitude, so medium density, to be located within settlement areas. It does so with emphasis on ensuring that it's efficient use of land use, efficient use of infrastructure. So infrastructure can include local road networks, county road networks, and also efficient use of services such as sanitary services. So this particular site is located on County Road 21, which for all intents and purposes would be considered a collector road or an arterial road, which in essence would support higher volumes of traffic. And it's also at the very close to the terminus of the sanitary sewer system within Dysart. So from a logical location, if you can connect to the municipal service, that's a preference for being consistent with provincial policy. And the other component to provincial policy is protection of natural environment systems. And this site is located on a river system and has significant wetland features. And one of the things that the proponent and his agents were tasked with early on in the process was to investigate the proposed policy change, which would allow medium density development to occur on this site to coexist, shall we say, and protect the existing environmental systems that were on the site as well as abutting the site. So one of the things, or two things that the proponent did was to retain two experts in their various fields. One was to do environmental work, and I've taken the liberty to attach their report. It's from the Kelsky Nielsen, and they provided the environmental science behind establishing whether or not the policy change, which is to change the land use, was permissible while protecting the natural environment features. And also there's a report from the expert Palmer, who was looking into the hydrological regime in the area to substantiate the servicing of this site through private water systems that would be located on the site. And again, I've attached that to the appendix of this report. Those documents, and it was agreed to very early in the process that because this was a local official plan amendment, a Dysart staff would be responsible for the review and the peer review of those scientific studies. And that was undertaken, and you can see in the attachments that even the environmental study was updated to reflect the peer review that was undertaken. That being said, from a county's perspective, again, our position was made known very early in the process, and guidance was given to the proponent as well as municipal staff that it wouldn't require a local official plan amendment, or sorry, a county official plan amendment. What was of interest to us at the county level was ensuring that there was a fulsome review of provincial policy, county policy, as well as local official plan policy. And that was undertaken by Dysart planning staff. But we also were involved in looking closely at such things as our infrastructure, which is County Road 21. And so in that regard, county staff, Director of Public Works here, requested that there be a traffic impact study prepared, and that was peer reviewed, and a position given back to Dysart staff that the functionality of County Road 21, its intersection with Peninsula Road, could be further examined and addressed through the site plan control process. And those comments from county staff were passed on and reflected in DISAR planning staff's review. In terms of county's role, as I said, our role or your role is really to ascertain whether or not DISAR council did their own fulsome review with regards to the various studies that were requested of the proponent, as well as did they actually follow the Planning Act process that's laid out for them. And so one of the part of the submissions that we received for this was a very large document book that compiled a lot of information, but some of that information was really a documentation of the statutory requirements of the Planning Act and how the municipality of Dysart followed and adhered to the planning process as set out in the Planning Act. So that has been received. There's declarations from various municipal staff members, and that includes their planning director, but it also includes their municipal clerk, and that's very important when you consider the merits of this review. Is that by those declarations, they are swearing that they adhered to the requirements of the Planning Act when it came to holding a statutory public meeting, providing proper notice of their decision, the bylaw that they reviewed and approved at their meeting on September 29th, 2022, and then submitting all the requirements under the Planning Act to the county for our review, which was initiated back in November. The application itself was deemed complete in December, and we provided further notice of the amendment application to agencies as well as members of the public. We allowed for a 30-day comment period during that time. And from an agency standpoint, we didn't receive too many comments. The most notable would have been from the health unit. There was two ministries that provided no comments or no concerns, and that was the Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, as well as MTO. MTO is really not involved because they have no jurisdictional mandate in this area, but it's important to know that there was no objection from the Ministry of the Environment, which does have a mandate when it comes to such things as river systems and environmental features. And that's a very big component of the provincial policy statement, and it's important to note that they did not have any comments on this particular file. That being said, there is a fulsome response from members of the public, and we did our best to assemble all that information and provide that as an appendix to the file as well. I should note that our role as the planning department is not to undertake another public planning process like the municipal of Dysart. Ours here at the planning department is really to review the actions of their planning staff to ensure that they did look fulsomely at provincial policy and making sure that their recommendation to their council was consistent with that provincial policy, as well as to look at how they looked at conformity with the county official plan. And just on that point, again, if our county official plan encourages development to occur in settlement areas. And like the provincial policy statement, it encourages efficient use of lands, infrastructure, such as roads and sewers. At the same time, the county official plan emphasizes and stresses the importance to protect natural environment features both on and adjacent, and one could say even downstream of this property. So, and again, when we looked at it, we relied on the experts that the proponent retained to ascertain whether or not the change in land use was appropriate for these lands, and could the features that were on the property and abutting the property, could they be protected with regards to adverse impact. So in that regard, you will see that the first attachment in the report is the actual amendment, and it describes again the approach that was taken by municipal staff, but most importantly, through the exercise of their review, it was determined to adjust the land use designations to reflect what was seen in the environmental studies provided by the proponent. So there was not only was there a change from rural to allow for the medium density residential and mixed commercial uses, there was also a refinement on the designations surrounding the environmental protection lands. And so that's reflected in the proposed change to the schedules of the Dysart official plan. Through this review, the proponent and Dysart staff went further to look at such things as the form of the land use on this property. And so what they did in that regard is they came up with site-specific zoning regulations to deal with the shape, the form, the position of the new development proposed there, but also for the protection of the wetland features and the environmental buffers. And that's reflected again as an attachment. You'll see the zoning bylaws attached in the report. What's most critical about the zoning, the proposed zoning regulations is the use of the holding symbol. So that holding symbol applies to the entire property, and it allows Dysart staff as well as council to have a further future examination of the built form there. They can ensure that things like the servicing when it comes to the private on-site water systems, that there's a thorough assessment of the carrying capacity of the local aquifer to service the property. It also allows them to examine such things as best management practices for stormwater management. Being that this property is up gradient of the wetland, it's safe to say that surface runoff, if not controlled properly, will enter into the adjoining wetland feature, and it's prudent for the municipality of Dysart to ensure that and I say this, the best stormwater management practices are implemented with this project. So that's what the holding provision does on the proposed zoning. If it is, it won't allow a Dysart council will not allow for further development of these lands until such time as that holding provision is lifted. Now there's even more controls with regards to this development beyond what county council may or may not do on this recommendation today. First and foremost would be site plan control. That's again a municipal of Dysart function. They can implement any controls that they see fitting through the site plan control process. That would include things like best management practices for stormwater management. It could be there's recommendations for enhanced landscaping, the preparation of tree protection plans, and things like that. That can be all entrenched in the site plan process, and it can be. It's safe to say that the proponent will have a responsibility to enter into that agreement with the municipality and honor the clauses that they've agreed to, and even possibly post securities for those types of instruments that Dysart Council sees fit. Further development of this property is also considered through subdivision of land. So there's the proponent is interested in subdividing the property into 3 new lots and retaining a 4th. And that's another opportunity for the county of Haliburton to be involved at a later date through their land division committee. And it's safe to say that as more information does come available from the site planning standpoint, that can be laid to bear as well when we look at conditions of approval. Should those consents come forward through the county's land division committee. With that, staff did fulsome review, but again, we reserved our lens to that of the consistency with provincial policy as well as conformity with the county official plan. But it's safe to say that when I use the word fulsome review, that has, as I said, it's that review began in earnest in 2019, and it involved a number of professional planners and a number of experts in the field. And that's really what Dysart Council relied on when they made their decision to adopt this local official plan amendment. So with that, the county staff is quite confident that say to county council that first and foremost, the planning process for the province of Ontario was adhered to by the municipality of Dysart. The review was fulsome and determined that it was a change in land use, was consistent with provincial policy, was in conformity with the county official plan, and ultimately serves to implement the policy direction that the municipality has chosen in their local official plan. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Stone? Councillor Carter.
So this is not a criticism of staff whatsoever. You have given us what you have, or a subset of what you have, but sometime around noon on Friday, when we received this agenda, we were given 486 pages of documentation here. This is obviously something that is important to lots of people, as we see through this documentation, and it's very difficult to, I think, from our perspective, to know what it is we are to do here, but to also go through this and separate the wheat from the chaff, so to speak. I mean, I now know, what the concentration of beryllium is in some of the wells, and I'm not really certain that's important to making our decision here today. In the desire to be totally transparent, there's a certain amount of obfuscation that goes along with all this. Needless to say, there are proponents, and needless to say, there are opinions as to what was done or what wasn't done, and they're on both sides on this. In some cases, we have dueling experts, and in some cases, we have whole series and chains of emails that, he said this, and I didn't really say that, and the question was of a different context, and so on and so forth. So back to, we received 486 pages on Friday at noon, and on before a long weekend, and so we've been given less than a day, other than the folks in Dysart who've been living this. Certainly from my perspective, we've been given just over a day to look at this, and so I'll state categorically up front that I certainly will not be voting on any motion today, because there just hasn't been enough time for me to absorb it. But I do have a couple of questions, if I can. So as I understand it, we are looking to change the zoning for this property. Where approved approve the change that Dysart has wants for this property. Is that correct?
Well, I just, if you don't mind me to
Yeah.
allow for just a slight correction. So it's really just a change in land use.
Okay, so
And zoning is total carriage with the municipality of Dysart.
okay.
Yeah.
So with that, we've received lots of documents that shows this is how the land is going to be split, and this is what each of the 4 parcels is going to support a certain amount of housing or whatever, and this is what the setbacks are going to be, and yada yada yada. But none of that has even been applied for at this point in time. Is that, or let me change the wording there. So we're very correct on our that obviously has not happened yet. With those, the subdivision of the land has not occurred.
That's correct.
Okay, and so you have stated that there are certain holding provisions that are involved in all of this. So I guess my question is twofold. One, do we in fact at this point know that this is going to be the request to divide the land in this fashion? And then 2, in the holding provisions, you talk of them as if they're provisions that strengthen certain things like this, the stormwater management and so on and so forth. And that is up to Dysart to then decide. But can Dysart decide to go another way? In other words, in saying, right now there's a 30-meter setback. I've heard members of Dysart Council mention that even the 20-meter setback in the shoreline protection bylaw is not really science. In fact, I think it's probably much higher than that. But having said that, if Dysart in the future were to decide that there should be a 5-meter setback or a 10-meter setback, that would be within their control.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So yes,
Okay.
To provide a bit of an explanation to the yes. So it's Dysart Council still hasn't finally established the zoning regulations.
Okay.
It's safe to say that the proponent is the group behind coming up with these zoning regulations. And it's true of most planning processes and I've been a municipal planner before, and I have often asked the proponent's planner to draft the zoning bylaw regulations that would implement their project. So I'm confident that sort of iteration between municipal planning staff and proponents planning staff has resulted in these very detailed zoning regulations. And I will say that those detailed zoning regulations are actually based on the science provided by the proponents experts. So when you change land use, like what is happening here with the official plan amendment for Dysart, and you're changing zoning regulations, it can be proponent driven, and it is their ask and it's their means to justify it. And so what you see in the regulations drafted today is a reflection of what their scientists have done to give Dysart staff and council the confidence that this project, as it goes forward, will not have an adverse impact on the surrounding natural features. That being said, it still is a process that has to bear itself out before municipal council.
Right. I think that's important because the ask could change after this date.
That's right.
All right. So that just leads to a whole number of other questions, which I won't get into at this point. But the other general question I had was on, our next presentation. In fact, your next presentation is going to be about the mapping. Does any of that mapping change anything about this property as an example.
So thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of the council. So I would say no. And the reason being is that any mapping coming out of our mapping project still requires to go through a public review process on its own. And it still requires county council at the very least to accept the final product as line work. And then further to that, county council then can take the opportunity to amend their official plan to reflect that new floodplain information. So back to my first answer, no, it's still that won't bear any sort of weight on this particular project for probably 2 years, maybe 3. But let's say, for example, the zoning gets established, it's still subject to a holding provision in 3 years, and we do have now this floodplain mapping information. It behooves municipal council to review that and then reflect upon their decision. Do they require additional information? For example, a study that says that there is no flood risk here before they lift the holding provision. So yes, there could be some weight to bear on that if the project extends beyond when our project here finishes.
I guess I was more concerned about the definition of the wetlands and so on that may come out of the mapping.
No, so
If I may, this is not an opportunity for a debate between the two of you, but
I'm not
rather
debating.
questions and responses.
I would simply say, thank you, Madam Chair, through you and again to the rest of council. I would say again, no to that, because the proponents, scientists actually established, through their field work and their analysis, what the physical limits of that wetland feature is. If anything, our project might take a look at that information and use it to its advantage when we do our line work. So,
Oh, I have
So-
it now.
Subsequent question, you have subsequent questions, specific questions you want to ask though, Councillor?
Yes. Yes, but I think as other presentations come forward here, they might become more relevant. I guess it's trying to figure out all the moving parts that are here. I mean, I've been tangentially involved in this project when I was a member of the LKO back in 2015.
LKO?
Lake Shagawigamog organization. We were concerned about this property back then. So but I haven't, obviously, because it's in Dysart, I haven't been involved in this project. So getting all this and hearing, from, as they say, the cards and letters and phone calls that I've been getting over the last little while, this is I really, I got involved in municipal politics because I was concerned about two things, really. It was the environment and housing. And, somehow this project seems to have pitted those two against one another. And, but I'm very cognizant of the fact that, I'm here to provide a judgment or a vote on something, but at the same time, I need to reflect what my constituents are saying, and lots of my constituents have issues with this, and I'm just trying to get enough information to be able to say, one or the other, and I just don't think I'm going to get it in the next 30 minutes or so.
We'll see how we make out. Okay, so I'm looking for questions from council of what Mr. Stone has presented so far. Councillor Rael. And if we could try and be fairly succinct.
Yeah, I have two basic questions. In that, it's one is relation to the two issues that seem to be dominant is in stormwater management, which obviously, if you're uphill and you're going downhill, there's an old adage about what runs downhill. And then the other issue is with relation to the whole idea of municipal sewers and wells. I understand that the municipal sewers are in place, but again, I'm going to show my ignorance of the project. And so we're not going to have wells. We're going to have is the right word municipally run? Because obviously it's going to be done by the proponent. If the guy goes belly up, then now it becomes a Dysart issue. So there's going to be a water purification plant of some type in that proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council with regards to the question. So your first observation about it connecting to municipal sewers, that is correct. So there will be no on-site sewage disposal system. What there will be is an on-site water system, privately established. That will be through the proponent. Typically, what you'll find is responsibility agreements are entered into at the municipal level. So Dysart will require, and I can only speak to my experience elsewhere, is you typically ask for a responsibility agreements that ensure 100% cost of replacement of those privately established and maintained systems. So that remains to be seen. That would be part and parcel of Dysart's site plan review process, but I would think that they would want to ensure that they were in a position to, if they had responsibility to assume those failing, if they do fail in the future, that they had enough securities to replace them. And with regards to the comment about stormwater, so again, that's a part and parcel of the site plan review process that Dysart will go through. And I do know through my experience, there are some wonderful controls now in place from a best management standpoint, like the creation of green sinks that allow for basins of natural woody material that grows, and they act as artificial wetlands, and that can ring around parking lots. I've also seen storm management controls that are in parking lots, and that they're used to collect and filter water before it's released into the surrounding natural system. So.
Go ahead, Councillor Royale.
So am I hearing you correctly? Is that, and that's exactly what I was getting at. When the runoffs come, there is challenges in the summer, but obviously in the winter it's worse because now you've got a lot of de-icing, which is placed down both privately by the people who live there and also by the municipality who keeps it clean. And the fact that having that water going into a storm sewer, which then in turn runs off somewhere, my concern would be, because you're uphill and everything runs downhill, is that if there is no filtration system between where the property is and the wetland below it, I can see that being a severe challenge to everybody. So not exactly sure. I'm confident on how much I understand of that yet. So, but you're saying something's in there.
Yes, and if I may, Madam Chair, to the rest of council, one of the things that is common practice now in site planning control is actually looking at, for example, in the wintertime, how snow is actually stored. And they usually are trying to find snow storage locations on properties as far as they can be from a natural occurring system. And that way they can develop controls to, manage where it's piled. And one of the things I was remiss to say is that it's not unreasonable to think that any of these lots, these future lots, may be developed as a planned condominium. And you can actually put controls within the condominium corporation to deal with things like how you manage salt and sand. And you can actually put in those agreements prohibitions for salt, or things like better controls for dealing with things in the winter. So that's certainly at the whim of Dysart Council.
Other questions, Councillor Dayu?
Thanks very much for the volume of material here. I concur with Councillor Carter. It is helpful to read it all. It is difficult to sort out what parts of it apply to the decision for this table versus the decision that was faced by the municipality. So I've got a number of concerns very much mirroring Councillor Royale. I was thinking about stormwater, the filling of the wetlands, the impact on the wetlands. My question for you is, to what degree is the information presented for our interest and background, and to what degree does that actually belong to the decision-making powers of this table? Because if this is a decision that we take on the basis of planning justification only, of which the ticks have already been filled in all the boxes, then that's a very different story. And perhaps I'd be prepared to, to proceed today with a vote. But if things like environmental protection, stormwater management fall to this table to consider, I have to say I'm alongside Councillor Carter that I believe I'd need some more time to digest some of those things.
I believe what I'm hearing is that those things like stormwater management do not lie within our mandate. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So specific to the mandate of county council, again, our review at the staff level really focuses on consistency with provincial policy statement and then conformity with the policies within the county official plan. And why you see the attachments that you do is really to support the analysis that we did at the staff level, but also to give county council the comfort that we did cover off those two legislative mandate responsibilities. And so, for example, there was policies in the provincial policy statement that talks about settlement, efficient uses of infrastructure. Those have been cast down into the county official plan. Similarly, on the environmental side, you'll find policies about the protection of wetlands, river systems, etc. That too has been cast down into the county official plan. So the documentation that I provided was I hope would help support our analysis so that you had the comfort to make those decisions. But it's safe to say that on a very high level, stormwater management, because it can have, if it's not done well, can have an adverse impact on the natural systems that abide. You could say stormwater management is a provincial policy matter as well as a county conformity issue. That being said, I did stress that the science at this point in the review of this project is kind of up here, but it really doesn't, if you would say to coin an expression, the rubber doesn't really hit the road until such time as you take that science and put it into clauses within a site plan control agreement. So, but I do know through my own experience there, you can implement at the site plan really marvelous site stormwater management controls that will not only protect it from adverse impact, it may also serve to enhance. So, but that is a process that's yet to be resolved.
I have a question, and given the fact that there are hundreds of pages here, I may have missed this. Is the lake at capacity?
It is, but what I would say there is that lake capacity has a really unique sort of unique place, both in, well, I would say at the DISART official plan level, it doesn't have a strong policy basis within the county official plan or provincial policy. That being said, it is within the settlement area, and some of the science behind that were based on the zoning regulations looks at the interface between the settlement area on this property and the natural environment area. And it's safe to say that the zoning regulations that are being proposed actually has a regulatory barrier that prevents any sort of active intrusion into the wetland feature from these properties. So for example, the regulations are proposed to say you can't have a dock system there. So if you go up further up this into the village proper, there are a number of condominiums on the lake, and they do have dock systems. But in this particular case, because of the sensitivity of the wetland and then the natural feature of the lake beyond that, the scientists said, no, we don't think that's a proper use of this property, and asked for the zoning regulations to reflect that.
I was glad to see that. You have referred a number of times to site plan control. And my concern is that, from my understanding, Bill 109 has restricted the amount of control that there is over site plan control, and that it in fact lies with staff only. And I know that we all have good planning staff, but there's been a lot of questions raised about level of involvement, greater understanding, approvals, et cetera, going forward. And I've got to say, I'm a little bit concerned about the level of involvement that even DISART Council would have in actual site plan control. I'm hoping you're going to tell me that I'm wrong.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. Well, as you can tell from my approach, I would approach site plan control very inclusively, even though you've delegated that authority to me. And I would think that municipal staff at DISART would approach it the same way. It's simply to say that the reason for delegation that the province did was really to expedite the whole site plan process. And it behooves the proponent and his agents to work to submit a very good package when it comes to site plan control. That really reflects the spirit of the decision that DISART Council did back in September. So I know in my particular experience over the years, site plan, you could get up to 10, 12 revisions. But I often have said that it's the proponent's responsibility to provide it the most thorough package they can at submission, and to cover the intent of the approvals leading up to that. And then it makes it very easy for municipal staff to actually review and approve that. And again, to make sure the spirit of council's decision is incorporated to those approvals. That being said, the final review of any site plan requires the mayor's signature when it comes to entering into site plan agreements. So DISART Council, through their representative of mayor, would have the final say to ensure that everything's covered off properly.
And in order for him to sign a document, there would have to be a resolution passed authorizing that to take place.
And hopefully supported by a memo from his planning staff.
My other question at this point in time is with respect to, I understand there are several holding provisions. Could you just explain for our purposes and the public's purposes the duration of a holding provision and what would change that or allow that holding provision to be dropped?
So again, that doesn't, thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. That in terms of what's being presented to county council for their consideration today, the holding provisions are really a matter matter of the proposed zoning regulations, and it's a matter of Dysart Council to lift that holding provision. So with regards to, I often say that zoning is really, its tenure lasts when that when the municipal council decides to take that original comprehensive zoning bylaw and replace it. So I would simply say that it would last until that point, and I'm not sure when that would occur. I would believe Dysart Council would have to review their official plan and bring in a new one. And then within 2 years or 3 years of that, they would have to go through a comprehensive review of the zoning bylaw. And it would be at that point, this type of zoning would have to be reviewed and reflected in the new zoning bylaw. So
I refers, when my concern was about sufficient water supply for the development going forward, in the comment in one of the reports about the severance number 3 and its ability to supply the number of units that are being proposed. So, I would assume that there would have to be considerable amount of work done before that holding provision would.
that's right. And that's part and parcel of why the holding provision is being proposed for those lots. And it wouldn't be lifted in such time as a hydrogeological scientist had done extensive pump tests on that particular lot, as well as monitoring wells within the area. So,
Other questions for Mr. Stone? Councillor Dayu?
You've written in your technical report that the MECP has no concerns. Would you kindly elaborate on that? Do you mean that they wrote to say, hey, this looks fabulous, we have no concerns whatsoever? Or does it mean that they didn't respond, or that they responded with one line? Because you can interpret, quietness in a variety of ways.
Yes. So to answer, thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So their comment was as simple as that. They had no interest in providing comment. That being said, we take that to believe from their mandate, they didn't have anything to add to what was already done by Dysart Council.
Other questions for Mr. Stone? Councillor Rail?
The more I'm listening and hearing, the more I'm realizing that I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. One, the fact that we need housing in Haliburton County and Dysart, it's just non-negotiable. We need.
Do you have a question, Councillor Rail?
Yes, I do. But my question is, the housing justifies itself, the economy justifies itself, the taxation justifies itself, but the 400 pages, over 400 pages doesn't. If I'm hearing correctly, the attachments 1, 2, 3, and 11 are predominantly the major ones that we need to make a decision on. The rest are FYI. So is there any way, shape, or form that we can get a consolidated report from you indicating, as Councillor Dayu said, the things that we are accountable for making decisions on, as opposed to all the rest of this stuff, which is important, but has absolutely nothing to do with our decision making?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. I would say, really what you're doing is looking at the amendment itself. So that was the very first document that I gave you. The rest of the material that's contained in my report really is supporting information.
Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, so I have been listening to you, Mr. Stone, but I mean, my fellow councillors, I'm asking you a question, Mr. Stone. You and your staff did a tremendous job, needless to say, dissecting these reports, and you do approve it. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So my recommendation is that county council approve of the amendment.
Questions for Mr. Stone? We have 2 more delegations and there will be an opportunity for further comment, because I do have a couple of comments that I want to make at some point. Questions for Mr. Stone? Thank you, Stephen. I would like now to ask the Friends of Grass Lake to make their presentation. We have Carolyn Langdon, who I understand is going to be coming to us via Zoom, and Catherine Swift. I know that we might normally be taking a break, but I'm not sure. Like, I think we need to get through this item and we'll then break.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Carolyn was actually starting off the presentation, so I'm not sure if
Well, we'll
she's,
just hold on a minute and see
is
if we
she
can bring her in.
online or whatever needs to be done.
There she is.
We also have a PowerPoint as well to speak to.
Good morning, Carolyn.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, if you'd like to go ahead with your presentation.
Madam Chair, council members and staff, just at the offset before I start my formal remarks, I just want to say that there was scope for Dysart to use the provincial plan to decline this request for the change in official plan. So there's lots of scope in the Dysart's official plan, county's official plan, and in the provincial policy for a different argument to have been made to decline a change, keep this property as rural, and to protect this wetland for the benefit of all residents. And we know from what's happened on this site in the past that the wetland has already been damaged by the site alterations that were done without municipal oversight. And we have little confidence that any further development that will be undertaken not by the current landowner, but by some future buyers, that any further development will be undertaken by people we don't know. And we just can't, we don't have faith that the process and the type of development will improve. And so part of our presentation is to demonstrate some of what has happened on this property and how it's actually worked against best practices. So here's our first slide. So the Friends of Grass Lake are actually calling for a halt to all development on Grass Lake and a rejection of the proposal before you today. The peninsula on this slide, the Peninsula Road property is highlighted in yellow, and the acreage on Highway 21, also developed by Haliburton Holdings, is highlighted in purple. Existing studies and indicators show a lake in distress. It's undoubtedly the most polluted lake in the county, and further studies will confirm this. In the very short time that we have, we would like to touch on a few topics, including lakes at capacity, which has repercussions for all lakes in the county, stormwater mismanagement, site alterations undertaken without municipal oversight, and integration of ecological design into official plans. Lastly, we would like to appeal to you, our elected officials, to work with experts and concerned citizens to pressure the provincial government, maybe not the current government, but to enact tougher development restrictions for the Highlands in the vein of Blue Belt designation. The Highlands deserve special consideration because of the fragile nature of our environment and the important ecological services we provide to downstream communities. We have the last intact forests and clean water in all of Southern Ontario, but with poor land use decisions, we will go the way of our neighbors, such as the city of Kawartha Lakes, which is below the threshold of a functioning ecosystem, according to a recent speaker hosted by the Couchiching Conservancy. Next slide, please. And Catherine.
Thanks, Carolyn. it couldn't have been the earlier presentation by the Land Trust couldn't have been more propitious, because of course we have many interests in common, and we certainly are in agreement with everything that they said. Just a couple of words about our group, Friends of Grass Lake. We didn't set out to form this group and spend all kinds of our own time on it, but that's how it happened. We found there was a real groundswell of opposition. We're all volunteers, of course, but there was a real groundswell of opposition to this application from all across the county. It wasn't simply the particular direct area involved, but right across the county, largely because of its precedent-setting nature and the fact that everyone is concerned, justifiably, about the environment. We raised, in a fundraising campaign, we raised over $20,000 before we cut it off. We erected signs on the roads. I'm sure you've seen our blue and white signs. We also hired a professional planning firm, DM Wills, which is the same firm that's been engaged by Minden Hills in the past, and I think currently. What we found was all through 2022 as awareness of this project. I mean, people might have known about it, as we've heard earlier, back in 2018 or whatever, but most of the other residents and others in the area only heard about it relatively recently. And that ended up with a mounting stream of letters, whether to the editors, to various councillors and so on. And we now have we've been putting out a regular newsletter that reaches over 800 people. We did some petitions where we gathered over 900 signatures in a short period of time, petitioning governments to reject this application and also to adopt a green infrastructure plan to support the environmental stewardship that Dysart has. Presumably, it's identified this as a priority in its strategic plan, and we just don't see that as consistent at all with this project. Our petition process, it really revealed a depth of distress and resignation that people across the board felt in the face of little municipal oversight to protect the environment. And the public meeting, which was supposedly to consult the community, left the majority of those participating shocked and dismayed. I certainly disagree that a proper public meeting was held. We were led to expect a discussion, but instead we had our mics muted. We were actually being asked questions by one of the councillors. Only one councillor participated, which was disappointing in and of itself, but we were actually being asked questions with our mics muted, and it was a Zoom only presentation, which was absurd and really quite disrespectful of the many tax-paying residents and cottagers that took the time to participate. It was clear to everyone participating that it was really a sham of a meeting. The decision had been made before the meeting itself, and we were probably, unfortunately, wasting our time. And it doesn't give people confidence. And, you know, we've heard a lot about these holding provisions and so on, but, you know, given the process of that public meeting, it certainly doesn't give one confidence in government decisions in future. We're certainly not opposed at all to multi-density housing, but this is the largest residential development to come before your council. What we are opposed to, of course, is being shoehorned into a very narrow strip of land adjacent to one of the last remaining wetlands within the settlement area of Haliburton. And the architects of the official plan zoned this site environmentally protected for a reason, and rural, environmentally protected and rural, to protect the natural features of the wetland. And a wall of condos and commercial development adjacent to a wetland will have serious repercussions for the entire Kashigawiga watershed.
Catherine,
yes.
Can we advance to slide 4?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, you're right. I missed that.
Carry on.
Okay, the next slide, please. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Actually, attending today is Leora Berman. You might know of her. She represents the Land Between. I think she founded it, charity, and also Turtle Guardians. And she's documented the importance of Grass Lake as part of the Drag River system and one of only 2 locations for walleye fish habitat in the county. And should this rare fish habitat be put at further risk is a valid question to ask. Instead, we feel we should be working to improve water quality and reverse declining fish stocks. We actually thought Leora might be invited to present today because she has quite extensive knowledge of these issues, but unfortunately that didn't happen. Next slide, please. Friends of Grass Lake are opposed to any new lots being developed on the lake, which is part of a lake trout chain, as you may know. The issue of capacity came up earlier. Currently, it has 73 lots, which means, according to Dysart documentation, it is already 78% over capacity. Along with hundreds of other residents, were baffled as to why this proposal was even able to proceed this far. As you can see from the plan drawn up by Haliburton Holdings, they have created an interesting, somewhat disingenuous structure whereby 3 out of 4 of the proposed lots are supposedly not able to access water. Technically, however, they are effectively waterfront lots, and we feel this is not a helpful structure because not having waterfront lots naturally means very different rules apply, and that was why it was structured in this way. Also, I think realistically speaking, should the development come to pass, do you really think these aren't going to be marketed as waterfront lots? Of course they're going to be. And I did find Mr. Ryall's comment earlier about human beings are an invasive species to be very, very pertinent, because we can just imagine. So say the condos get built, there's this supposedly impassable piece of land, and you can just envision the people dragging their sup boards and their kayaks and their, canoes and whatnot over it, and degrading even further the wetland that is there. So I think to have these kind of unrealistic expectations is foolish. The Dysart report also mentioned that they didn't see any increase in boat traffic. I mean, there's a marina right there. And do you really think that people are going to buy what is not going to be affordable housing condos? Let's face it, it's going to be expensive condos advertised as lakefront. And we can see obvious increase in boat traffic. Once again, a quite unrealistic assumption from, I think, a common sense point of view. If the consent for severance gets approved, I think we believe it'll only encourage other developers to propose the same kind of workarounds with these kinds of structures to create lots on other overcapacity lakes in the county. So a lot of really careful thinking has to go into exactly how this decision is made. And I think someone else mentioned the fact one lot we know doesn't have water right now. So there's clearly some issues there that need resolving. And I guess this is the problem with the so-called two-step process where we don't know the site plan. So we can't really predict problems that are going to be coming out of this. And also the current proponents, as far as I know, are not going to be the developers. They're just going to sell the land once they get their severances and whatnot. So if that's the case, then we don't even know who we're going to be dealing with and who's supposed to be, following all these rules that have been set up. Carolyn?
Thank you, Catherine. I just would like to add to the point with new lots. When new lots are created on waterfront, which the definition of this is clearly on the lakeshore, the definition is a high water mark, and all 4 of these lots are on the high water mark. So that is the definition of lakeshore according to Dysart's official plan. The other point that we would like to make is with the creation of new lots, it triggers that a eutrophic lake study and a boating study are required. And we continue to ask, our planner, DM Wills, asked, why have these studies not been completed? A boating study also includes non-motorized boats. So that's kayaks, canoes, and the proponent has never, they said that this property would be, people could use kayaks and non-motorized boats, and a boating study also covers those boats. So it's, we don't know why county and Dysart staff have never answered our questions on this, but of course our microphones are muted, so we can never insist on an answer. But I'm posing that question and would appreciate that it be answered today. So next slide, please. How we manage or mismanage stormwater has a huge effect on the healthy functioning of a lake ecosystem. We start to disrupt the flow of water from land to lake at the moment of site alteration, the moment trees are cut down and a bulldozer puts blade to earth. We leave this element to the site planning stage of development. To leave this element to the site planning stage of development is too late in the game. Bill 109, which our Madam Chair has raised, delegates all authority for site plan approval to local planning staff. And we have a very big problem with this. There is no longer any mandated public oversight or involvement of conservation authorities or other experts. So there will be no opportunity for public or councillors to comment on this important aspect of development. Next slide, please. In the case of Haliburton Holdings property on Peninsula Road, any opportunity to employ best practices in stormwater management was eliminated when the site was stripped of its natural features. An upper marsh area was extensively regraded, filled, and replaced with a human-made pond. Native marsh vegetation that is proven to be efficient at absorbing, filtering, and cleaning water was replaced with a monoculture of turf grass and open water. An intermittent stream was rerouted, and the native vegetation and water out to the island was filled and planted with grass. Fill was trucked in at night with no county oversight. Do we have full confidence that some of the fill didn't contain hazardous material? And it's interesting that Mr. Stone mentioned the best practices in stormwater management that he's seen where they've reconstructed a wetland. Well, wouldn't it, I pose this question, wouldn't it be better if we left the natural wetland in place in the first place, instead of asking a developer to go to all the expense of reconstructing a wetland? So extensive site alterations were made more recently on a second piece of property owned by Haliburton Holdings across from the Haliburton Veterinarian Clinic on Highway 21, again without permit and municipal oversight. Acres of trees were clear cut and trucked out under cover of dark. This was undertaken by a well-established land developer who would have been aware of the applicable bylaws, including the Haliburton County Conservation Forestry Bylaw, which requires an expression of intended use and provides guidelines and restrictions. Next slide, please. Trees and understory vegetation that would otherwise have taken up water have been replaced with shallow rooted turf grass. The stream that now parallels the access road has been straightened, hastening the flow of water to Grass Lake via a culvert under Highway 21. The low-lying upland marsh was not replaced with swales or depressions to slow and hold back water, but filled and flattened so that it now resembles a golf course. Best practices state that natural features should be left in place to manage stormwater, to provide privacy buffers, to leave intact tree and plant communities around and in between building lots. The snags in the land, the depressions, the vegetation, and the fallen debris slow the passage of water where it gets absorbed into the ground to recharge aquifers and protect the rate of flow into adjacent water bodies. Both of these highly visible properties were altered without permit. They were both altered without any proposed land use. The extensive alterations had immediate and negative effects on the healthy functioning of Grass Lake. Next slide, please. Neighboring residents sounded the alarm and sent a letter as early as 2009 to various parties, including Dysart Reeve Murray Ferry. There was no action, no triggering of the forestry bylaw, and we would like to know why. If the forestry bylaw had been enforced and if Dysart had a site alteration bylaw in place, these properties would look very different than they do today, and residents would have had some confidence that the lake quality would be protected by best practices. The replacement of native vegetation with turf has attracted a large flock of Canada geese never seen before on Grass Lake. They have displaced native birds, and the deleterious effects of their copious droppings are impacting the nutrient loading of Grass Lake. Grass Lake already has an unnaturally high nutrient load because of the combined discharge from the sewage treatment plant, runoff from the industrial park, the village landfill site, and the unfiltered channeling of stormwater from neighboring roads. Back to slide 7, please. That's 2 slides back. That's good, thank you. The wetland and adjoining land are surprisingly healthy and worth saving, but the additional site alterations required to accommodate a large condo development will signal its collapse. The proposed Peninsula Road development will involve a large building footprint and include several paved parking lots, driveways, and greatly increased car traffic, producing even more polluted runoff directly into the Kashagawigamog Lake chain. Highlands resident Cassandra Johannesson, a doctoral student at Concordia University, has researched the damaging impact of runoff from roads and parking lots caused from the toxic compounds in automobile tires. Grass Lake is receiving extensive and direct runoff from the roads that wind along its perimeter, and this development with upwards of 150 parking spots will exacerbate an already bad situation. Given all the scientific knowledge that we now have in 2023 and cognizant of the precautionary principle that guides good science, should the county not ensure that all such large developments be set well back from the water, regardless of whether a waterfront is served by a sanitary sewer? And as we know, the township central sewage plant discharges directly into Grass Lake. And there is a sediment in the bottom of Grass Lake that's very high in phosphorus. And with climate change, it is now being stirred up and coming to the surface. But that almost like archaeological level, it hastens back to a time, I'm going to say 30 years ago, when the water treatment plant was not functioning at its highest. And there was there was a discharge that held too much nutrients in it because the 4th level of filtration was not operating, and it was decided to bypass and discharge directly into Grass Lake. So we are suffering the historical consequences of that. So just because you have a central sewage treatment plant doesn't mean that's the state of the art in sewage treatment. In fact, new science now is pointing to more decentralized sewage treatment so that you can recharge the aquifers where you remove the water from. So the central sewage system is not the most advanced technology. There are many, next slide, please. There are many, and the next, sorry, we'll slip up to slide 10. There we go. That's the one. Thank you very much. There are many gaping holes in this application that DM Wills has pointed out. There are a few that Wills believes still need to be completed, and they're here. They also pointed out that the 30-meter buffer area was included in the total land area used by Dysart to calculate the land available for development. And Wills were of the opinion, based on their professional work in other townships, that this was not of a high environmental standard. And so we ask, is County Council willing to accept this lower standard to determine the amount of land available for development? Next slide, please. And Catherine, I'll turn it over to you.
I neglected to mention earlier that the addition, in terms of lake capacity, the addition of the 88 condos would mean that the lake.
Your microphone, please.
Darn, I knew I'd do that. I meant to mention earlier that in terms of lake being over capacity, that the addition of the proposed 88 condos would mean the lake would be almost 300% over capacity. And of course, it's over capacity now, but it would naturally worsen it quite significantly. As I've learned about this whole process that's happened over the last number of years, I had to ask myself, if I dumped a whole pile of dump truck loads of fill in the lake, into the lake in front of my property and mowed down a whole pile of trees, I would suspect the municipality would be at my door, and they should be. But somehow massive site alteration has gone on this property without any oversight, any reaction at all, which is really disappointing, to say the very least. Recently, I filled out the survey your county put out on environmental issues and the importance of wetlands. And I thought, how can this be a concern on the one hand, and yet this development being seriously considered on the other? They're diametrically opposed in terms of what they're going to do. We urge the county to adopt the concept of ecological planning in its official plan review that's going to be undertaken this year. And that's more than just creating parkland, which can be devoid of life. It recognizes people need nature and biodiversity for livability and well-being. It entails smart use of nature-based solutions to urban problems like stormwater management, also called green infrastructure planning. Studies show that protecting natural features leads cities to have less sprawl, higher population densities, and higher real estate values as well. Provincial policy gives our local governments the permission to determine which proposals fit a balanced vision that would enable the region to grow in a sustainable manner. The village of Haliburton has little green space currently in relation to a growing population. The township has no budget or immediate plans to buy additional parkland. In providing recreational opportunities, the official plan relies on the many lakes as a location for recreational activity. If this is the heart of the township's recreational plan, it follows that protecting the health and shorelines of lakes, making them accessible to all, should be paramount. And of course, the shoreline bylaw has been a very disputed feature in recent weeks, and we are very much in support of that shoreline bylaw. It's the minimum that should be realized. Access to nature and waterways is an equity issue, and if it's not evident now, it will be in a few years as our town continues to grow. Much of the waterfront property is privately owned, but a growing number of people don't own waterfront, and they need to be accommodated. Our public beaches are crowded and at times not fit for swimming. There will be increased pressure, particularly on head and grass lakes, because of their proximity to the village of Haliburton. Eco activities are exceedingly popular and should be favored by government tourism and planning initiatives. Planning emphasis should be placed on providing equal access to our waterways for all residents, rather than further condo development along our shorelines that favors the few to the exclusion of the many. And just to conclude my part, we keep hearing about how more development is necessary. And there's no question that the area is expanding, more people are coming into it, as is the case with we're not unique in that regard, but the case with much of the province and the country for that matter. But I think a serious question is how much development is going to be approved before Haliburton loses what makes it special, which is not being a massive urban center, having wonderful natural facilities and so on. So I'll turn it over to Carolyn to briefly close.
We are reaching, we've far exceeded your time limit.
I know.
Yes.
Thank you for that, though.
Madam Chair, we appreciate that, and it'll be a very brief conclusion. Just really a summing up. We ask you to decline this application. We beg you to decline this application and halt development on this lake and fix current problems. Assess existing discharges and storm drainage systems, initiate a cleanup. Please do not set a dangerous precedent for overcapacity lakes that will have repercussions throughout the county. Please work toward an equitable, green, and livable community. And please work together to pressure the provincial government to instate Blue Belt designation. Do this and you will start to restore the electorate's faith in local government. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, ladies. I would ask if anyone has questions of Friends of Grass Lake. Hearing no questions, I believe we have a resolution to receive their presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillors Carter and Ryle.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the presentation from Carolyn Langdon and Catherine Swift on behalf of the Friends of Grass Lake.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have a delegation by Raj Gahar from Weir Folds LLP, who is representing the Haliburton Veterinary Services. Is individual present?
I am, Madam Chair. My apologies. I was just being let in as a panelist, I suppose, and reorienting the three screens I've got in front of me. So if you see me looking to the left or right, I'm not intending to in any way ignore council. It's a matter of me just looking at a different screen. And with your permission, Madam Chair, if I may proceed with my client's deputation.
Absolutely. Please do.
Thank you. And as you've noted, Madam Chair, members of council, I am a planning and development lawyer at Weir Folds. We have recently been retained by Haliburton Veterinary Services and Dr. Amy Fillion. And it's specifically in regards to the development application that is before you, including OPA 1, which was in front of you for approval. Now, our client's lands are located at 1014 Peninsula Road, which is located to the northwest of the subject property, directly across Peninsula Road. And I'm going to say, you know, it's not adjacent, but pretty much adjacent to the development site. Our client operates an animal hospital and clinic on the property, but there's also a number of rental housing units on our client's lands. Our client has significant concerns with the official plan amendment, specifically related to the proposed development's impact on the quality and quantity of water that will result on its property and will be available for its tenants should this development be allowed to proceed. Now, we're here today asking County Council to defer a decision on OPA 1 to allow more time for an agreement to be entered into between our client and the developer that addresses our client's concerns regarding the impact the proposed development of the subject site will have on well water on our client's lands. The agreement needs to cover off any technical mitigation measures that are recommended by the consultant hydrogeologists. So just to give you a bit of background here, there is a private well on our client's property, and it was pump tested in April of 2020 by the developer in support of their development application. Immediately following that pump test, our client experienced sediment in their drinking water supply and communicated that concern to the developer. Our client's water supply, in effect, went from what I would characterize as typical and safe drinking water to brown sludge almost immediately. These concerns were in fact noted by the developer's consultant. So the developer has Palmer on board, and Palmer in their report, and that report is one of the appendices that's in front of you. It's in Appendix 9, and it's specifically at page 40 of that appendix where Palmer noted what happened to our client's well. Now, our client continues to have water supply and quality issues and has continued to express concerns about this to both the municipality and now to the county. Our client has not been sitting on its hands on this matter. Instead, it's gone ahead and retained us, and it's also retained MTE Consultant, which is a professional independent hydrogeologist. Now, the reason we retained MTE was to peer review the Palmer report, that's the developer's report, and also to peer review the peer review report that was prepared by the local municipality by Engage Engineering. Now, the reason why it's important that MTE gets an ability and an opportunity to look at this carefully is because the reports that have been done so far, and this isn't a knock, this is just the reality of how development applications are processed, have been focused in on the actual development site. Whereas what MTE is looking at is how does the redevelopment of the development site have an impact on our client's land? So it's a very focused analysis. And I think it's important that that focused analysis be given some time to occur and for consultation and discussions to be had between our client's hydrogeologist and the developer's hydrogeologist. Now, I can tell you, I asked MTE because they went ahead and took a look at the Palmer report and the Engage Engineering report. And I said, take a preliminary look because I'm going to be appearing before County Council and let me know if there's anything that strikes you as an issue. And they gave me a list of 9 things. And those things are frankly all very technical in nature. And I don't propose to go through each of them with you now. Suffice to say that in summary, their concerns are really focused in on two things. One, some of the technical analysis that ought to be have done has not been done. And second, they have some recommended mitigation measures, which they already can identify to be implemented. And there may be further once the additional technical work is done. So what we say is defer a decision, allow there to be this further work to be done, allow any potential mitigation measures to be identified and secured for between our client and the developer. And once that occurs, our client doesn't have a concern, or rather takes no position on the other issues that are related to this development. So to permit this to happen, we're asking the county to defer a decision on OPA 1. And you would have heard earlier today, and I heard it as well, the questions about what is the county's role here? Well, the county has got an OPA in front of it, and it needs to make a decision on whether or not to approve it. And that decision has to be consistent with the provincial policy statement and conform with any applicable provincial plans. And in the provincial policy statement, specifically at policy 2.2.1, there's an express policy that requires planning authorities, in this case, the county, to protect, improve, or restore the quality and quantity of water. And we say that absent finding a solution to the impacts on the water supply and quality to surrounding lands, the OPA that's in front of you is not consistent with the provincial policy statement. And therefore, at least at this point, it should not be approved. The OPA before you will facilitate the approval of a zoning bylaw and consent applications that allow for severance of these lands that are in front of the local municipality. The OPA allows this to happen. Absent it happening, those instruments cannot be improved. And my understanding is the local municipality has already approved these other instruments in principle, and in effect is waiting for your decision on the OPA. And that's why this OPA is important, because it's basically what I'm going to call it opens the door for everything else to happen. So we appreciate the developer has written to the county and indicated that it has provided certain assurances to our client regarding clean water supply through, and there's a draft correspondence on this dated January 23rd, 2023. We recognize this correspondence as a step in the right direction. However, we need time to confirm whether the assurances they've provided in that letter is the scope of what's necessary, or whether further mitigation measures should also be articulated. And that's why we've got the MTE, the hydrogeology on board. Once confirmed, and once we know what is the scope of things to be covered off, we say that an agreement should be entered into, and it's a private agreement as between our client and the developer to cover off and make sure that we're not just relying on a letter that is out there, but actually a firm commitment from the developer, or frankly, any future owner of the property, that the things they said they were going to do, they actually do them. Now, the correspondence from the developer to our client is in effect a draft letter. It is a draft letter that is not enforceable, and that is partly also why we've got a concern with the approach they've taken so far. So what we say is, since we've only had this letter from them for only a few weeks, because we've only recently been able to retain a technical engineer, the next steps to manage this matter is for Palmer, the developer's engineer, and MTE, our client's engineer, to sit down and work through these technical issues to make sure that if this development is going to go forward, it goes forward in a way that does not negatively impact the quality or supply of water that applies to our client's lands. And so with that, and subject to any questions you might have, we're asking for the county to defer a decision on OPA 1. And I'm going to suggest that deferral timeline should be a minimum of 3 months to allow the technical analysis to occur, and then ultimately to permit any agreement that is necessary to be entered into between our client and the developer. Those are my submissions subject to your questions.
Thank you. Do members of council have any specific questions for Mr. Kehar? Hearing none, Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive his presentation? Counselor Carter, Counselor Dayu.
Moved by Counselor Carter, seconded by Counselor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the delegation from Raj Kahar of Weirfolds LLP on behalf of Haliburton Veterinary Services regarding file number 4624-OPA-001 Harbor Holdings Limited.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Mr. Carr. Your comments and your requests will be taken under consideration, and I'm sure we will be having further discussion about this. I believe also that we will be hearing from Mr. Tony Usher on behalf of the proponent. Morning.
Rare. Excuse me. Thank you, Warden Danielson and Council. I'm Tony Usher, the planning consultant and agent for Haliburton Holdings. And Paul Wilson of Haliburton is here with me also today in the audience. And I want to say how great it is to be appearing in person before a deliberative body. This is the first time I've had that opportunity in 3 years, and it's very nice. So I want to thank you for that also.
Oh, welcome.
And I also want to thank my colleague, Mr. Stone, for his fair and thorough written and verbal reports and comments to you. We don't have any concern with them. This OPA and the associated applications have aroused a lot of interest and concern in Dysart. Many written submissions were made to the municipality from when the applications were first publicized in August 21 up to the public meeting and council decision in September 22. There were many verbal submissions at that public meeting, which lasted over 5 hours. There were more public submissions at the local level, and on average, they were more detailed than those that were made to the county that are in attachment 6. Much of what is in the attachment 6 submissions does not pertain to the planning merits of the OPA before you. Of course, the submitters have every right to make such comments, and council has every right to consider them, but it is not my place to say anything about those comments today. Regarding the public comments that do pertain to the merits of the OPA, by and large, they do not say anything that was not already said to Dysart. On matters of straight planning opinion, Dysart Council heard from the applicant, supporters and opponents, received its own staff's opinion, and made its decision. The public submissions to Dysart raised quite a few points that I felt merited clarification or additional information from Haliburton and myself. I provided that in a series of letters to the municipality in 2021 and 22. We also provided a communication to residents in April 22, advising of several substantial changes to the original proposal that responded to public, staff, and peer-reviewed concerns. It was that revised proposal that Dysart Council approved. All of this material is available on Dysart's website. To the extent these same points have been made again in the attachment 6 submissions, I believe that we have already answered them. So I'm not going to take up your time today by plowing that ground over again. I thank Ms. Langdon and Ms. Swift for taking the trouble to share their concerns today, but for the reasons I've just stated, I'm not going to respond to any of their comments. I do want to say a few words, though, regarding Haliburton Veterinary Services. Haliburton Holdings and I have been and remain committed to ensuring that this vital business will continue to enjoy a clean and secure drinking water supply. My February 4 letter to council under item 11.4 is my report on that commitment and speaks for itself. And I'll just clarify, Mr. KR was may not have seen this. He was referring to a draft that we provided to his client. He may not have the February 4 draft, which his client does have. That is, it's not final, but it is a formal description to council of what we are have proposed on this matter. I should note that my last communication with Dr. Filio was when she responded to my sending her this letter in draft. She wrote me on February 3 that while she was unable to make any commitment at that time, quote, I look forward to continuing to work cooperatively with you and to continuing our dialogue. So I thank Mr. Cahar for appearing on Dr. Filio's behalf today. I appreciate his constructive approach. I guess my comments are going to be kind of preliminary, although I was aware shortly beforehand that Mr. Cahar had been retained and was going to appear. I had no idea what he was going to say. I do want to note that we took a somewhat different approach in that letter of February 4, in that we suggested a number of things that should be done. I mean, we are exactly on the same page with Mr. Cahar's client. We do not want any effect on the veterinary services water supply. We suggested that if any of these commitments were incorporated in the conditions of approval, we would be fine with that. And while there is no suggestion of that in the staff report before you, and I understand why it probably is not appropriate at the high level of a county review of a local OPA, if the municipality were to come back and say we want to incorporate certain additional things in the zoning bylaw, that's fine. And in any case, I would underline that the zoning bylaw, as Mr. Stone said, has copious provisions, holding provisions, including a number of provisions that essentially mean that Dysart has to be fully satisfied about the adequacy and security of water supply before clearing those provisions, and that further work may need to be done. So that is already in the holding provisions, and more could be added at the local level. And basically what we suggested in our letter was that the kind of work that Mr. Cahar is suggesting should go ahead, that there should be some further hydrogeological review of people independent of my client, but that be done following the OPA review and before the release of the holding provisions. So the idea that the idea that instead the whole matter be deferred for a period of time, I understand where Mr. Cahar is coming from, and I guess the question is how long? You know, until your next meeting is one thing, an indefinite period is another. Mr. Cahar has suggested 3 months. I'm not sure how to respond, but the longer that period is, the more I would say, well, why can't these matters be addressed? Because they still have to be, and our letter says very clearly, they have to be addressed before any H is released on these properties. So I just offer that for your consideration. And the final comment I would make in response to what Mr. Cahar has said is, I think we always have contemplated the possibility that we felt, first of all, to leave this up to the county and Dysart as to whether they wanted to put in any conditions to reflect what we had put forward to Dr. Filio. But in the absence of such conditions, or such conditions only being partial, we are certainly open to the possibility of some kind of legal agreement that would be binding on the future owner of the particular lot, which is the northernmost lot, which would be the one of concern, obviously, to the veterinary service. Having tried to address the points that Mr. Cahar raised, I want to conclude with an extremely brief summary of the points that I made at the Dysart public meeting last September about why, in my professional opinion, as a registered professional planner, this OPA represents good planning and is in the public interest. First, staff have told you that the applications were supported by work done by qualified professionals, which, except for the archaeology report, have all been independently peer reviewed. No contrary technical reports have been put forward. Councillor Carter said, and I certainly appreciate him feeling overwhelmed by the massive information, but that he was seeing dueling experts. There have been no dueling experts. except for a contrary planning opinion put forward by DM Wells. There have been no other expert opinions or reports on this project other than what has been put forward by the applicant and the peer reviewers. Second, this site is within the Haliburton Village urban boundary and sewage service area. Our technical reports showed the site is physically suitable and the drinking water is available with some limitations that need to be further addressed that Mr. Stone referred to. And just to clarify, I think an earlier question, each of the 4 lots would have its own private well, and obviously those lots, assuming those wells serve multiple units, whether through a condo or possibly some other multiple unit residential, there will be a responsibility agreement. Third, the natural environment, including the protection of Grass Lake, has been properly and fully considered, and these vital features will receive an appropriately high level of protection. Stormwater will be addressed through best management practices, and there is lots of info on this provided in the Mikalski-Nielsen EIS and addendum. There is nothing unusual about the draft proposal, about a proposal like this that proposes development behind a 30-meter naturalized setback. You're certainly prepared, if council wishes, council members having expressed very understandable concerns about environmental issues, which I completely share. If council wishes, our environmental expert, Mr. Nielsen, to come back here and answer your questions, they're more than prepared for that. Fourth point, the dry area of the property is currently 69% forested. This will fall to about 47% as a result of clearing for development, but over time that will return to about 69% as areas that are currently cleared are renaturalized. There will be no clearing on the flooded lands, in the upland wetlands, or in the 30-meter setbacks around all water and wetlands. I also want to add here regarding the setbacks about Councillor Carter's question about setbacks. Mr. Stone described the process of how these kinds of provisions typically evolve in zoning bylaws. Dysart Council approved the zoning bylaw in principle. Yes, they could change it, but the prospect of them, to me, suddenly saying, oh, we're not going to do 30, we're going to do 5 seems to be remote. Lesser setbacks than 30, in my view, are contrary to the county official plan, Dysart official plan, and best practice. And I, as a professional planner, would never be associated with any such thing. Fifth, the proposed development is, in my opinion, compatible with existing development on Grass Lake, most of which falls within the Haliburton Village urban boundary. This property will be developed to very high environmental standards relative to neighboring existing development on average. Buildings will occupy no more than 26% of the lands not designated as environmental protection, that is designated as residential or mixed use. They will be no higher than permitted anywhere else on Grass Lake, and depending on the lot, they will be at least 225 to 400 meters from their nearest neighbors. My last point, this development will provide up to 88 units that will help address the county's severe permanent housing shortage on the edge of one of the county's 2 major communities. And staff have mentioned Harbor's intended donation of 1 lot to Places for People in the written report. My client and I continue to remain ready to try to accommodate resident concerns and improve mutual understanding. The door is always open. Thank you very much for your time and consideration, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Usher? Councillor Dayoud.
Thanks very much for that. I appreciate, in the interest of time, you wouldn't be able to respond to all of the points made by Grass Lake, but I do think that there was an opportunity there to address some of those concerns, and I'm not sure at what stage they'll be addressed now. which is unfortunate from my perspective. There is one piece of their presentation that I would like to ask you about, and that is the potential invasion of humans from the habited area to the waterfront through the wetland area, because people do choose to pick the path of least resistance and walk to the closest point of water where they can. Is there going to be a physical barrier prohibiting people to access that wetland area on the way to the water, or is it just a social code of conduct where everyone is expected to leave those spaces alone? I had difficulty understanding from the pictures provided. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Councillor. I just want to say very briefly about your first point. That the Friends are, and I just do not want to get into this, but the Friends of Grass Lake made many, many statements, basically all of which they have made before and which we have already addressed in submissions to DISART, probably in about 25 pages of letters and in many, many comments that were made that I made at the DISART public meeting. And for me to start picking one or to go through all of those, we'd be here all day. But to start picking one or two, I don't feel there's even a basis. I'm happy to respond to any individual point, such as the one you just made, that you or other members of council pick up. Beyond that, I would encourage anyone to go and look at our letters of response and even to watch the DISART public meeting. Your question about the shoreline, basically this. If you go down to the front of this property, to the high water mark, most of it you can't even get to the high water mark, okay, easily. There's the one little point, and the picture that Friends of Grass Lake, they showed a overhead from back 20 years ago, and there was like one little more dry looking spot along the shoreline that they've referred to as an island, but was not. Regardless, that little spot is the only place you could walk easily to the shoreline. Okay? That doesn't really touch, it touches open water that still has a large amount of cattails in front of it. But yes, you could easily certainly put a canoe. You could walk out there with a canoe and you could put a canoe in the water. And I don't believe there is or should be any way of prohibiting that. And that belongs to one of the 4 lots. Beyond that, the water is essentially inaccessible. Before you even get to the high water mark, it's wet, and it's wetland. And then if you get to the high water mark, you have a huge barrier of cattail very thick cattails beyond that. So I don't think it's very accessible or very appetizing. I think the idea of anything regulatory, the important in my mind regulatory thing is to say no dock. We did originally contemplate a small dock at that point. We withdrew it because of public concern. I think to start putting up fences, you could certainly there could be signage, okay, but to start and there should also be signage. And I think we suggested this in the original application. There could also be signage as people come in by the water if they're boating in towards the wetland to say, please don't go past here or whatever. I think that'd be a good idea. But to start beyond that, the signage, which is not regulatory, it's advisory, to start putting in fences or anything else is contrary to the whole idea of this being a natural environment and being able to function for everybody's benefit. I don't know whether that helps. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Usher? Okay, thank you, sir. I would look to hear comments from members of council, and we'll see what direction we can determine here. Go ahead, Councillor Fury.
Okay, 2 or 3 things I'd like to comment on that were made by the Friends of Grass Lake about the water quality of Grass Lake. Well, yes, that started a long time ago before sanitary sewers, when the hospital and the schools were draining directly into the lake. The other thing that happened, that was said, that it was a lake trout lake, I believe I heard. There's never been a lake trout in Grass Lake in my lifetime.
Excuse me, this is not a point for you to respond at all.
Thank you, Warden. It's not a lake trout lake. It's part of Cache Egg. Big Cache Egg is where the trout are. So it has no impact on that.
It might help, Councillor Fear, if you direct your comments to council as
Yeah,
opposed to
okay.
directly to the.
Okay, the other issue that came up was it was a culvert put on County Road 21. Well, that wasn't the developer, that was the County of Haliburton that did that. So I think that's a bit of a misnomer. And the other issue I saw was a letter to me when I was Reeve about the forestry bylaw. I did report that here, and I'm not the bylaw enforcement officer. I assumed that somebody went out and talked to the developer and got that approval. I didn't follow up on that, nor should I have to. So I want to make those points clear. Now, Mr. Stone clearly today, council has said that it meets the provincial policy statement. There's study after study, it's got M&R approval, it's got fisheries and oceans. And I think it gets down to what the role of this council is. And stormwater management is not, and some of the other issues is not this part of this decision. And I would hate to think that because this is going to come, official plan amendments are going to come from other municipalities. And I would hate to think that as a representative of Dyser, that I would question the integrity of some of my fellow municipalities to follow through with holding provisions and proper zoning and setbacks. I think that's really unfair, and I wouldn't do it. And I would hope that the other councillors wouldn't do it. I think that we've heard today, there are a lot of concerns, and the councillors hear that, I hear it, and I know there's concerns. But on the other hand, who are we to listen to? Are we going to listen to professionals, or are we going to listen to people who don't want the development? And I've heard about the lights, I've heard about big motorboats and stuff. Well, the big motorboats are coming from Cache-Wigamog into Haliburton. That's what's causing the problem. So I think we need to work together and resolve this the best we can. And I'm sure that the water situation has to be resolved. I would even agree to deferring it 30 days, because if they can't do it in 30 days, that's reasonable length of time, in my opinion. It doesn't need to be 3 months. And let the developer and the lady from the veterinary clinic work together. And I'm prepared to, I don't know whether we could approve it subject to, or whatever council decide, whether we could approve it subject to a condition that there be a water agreement with the veterinary place before final approval. To that effect, I need to ask the CAO about that, I think.
And or our planner.
Yeah, and or a planner.
I'd start with the planner.
Because our CIO loves planning. Mr. Stone, can you advise us whether we have the ability to approve subject to, or obviously we have the ability to defer, and that would come up for some discussion about what length of time we're talking about.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to the rest of council. So yes, you have that ability.
To add the condition.
Well, I won't refer to it as a condition. What I will refer to it is, and just to help the rest of council with what they actually can do with regards to this. So part of our process sheet is council has the ability to make a decision. They can approve it outright. And you can see by staff's recommendation, it was to approve without modification. You can modify. So to the councillor's comment about adding a condition, I would say you would add a special policy that would simply say that a special policy would say that further subject to further water testing, pump test that demonstrates to the satisfaction of, say, Dysart Council that neighboring water supplies will not be adversely affected, and that an agreement to that effect be established between the proponent to Dysart's satisfaction. So that can actually be a special policy, and that would be the modification that you put in. I wouldn't put a timeline into that simply because it now becomes a special policy that applies to these lands. And it allows for the parties to work at their own pace, to undertake the additional waterworks, because we know pump tests could take some time. But yes, you can certainly modify that. There was some discussion about outright deferral. That might be the simplest thing, is to defer county council to defer its decision today, and give instruction to staff and to the proponent's agent to work with the neighbor with regards to coming up with this agreement. And again, I wouldn't necessarily put a timeline on it, but that's sort of council's direction, is that if you want to be expedient about us working together to come up with that agreement, you can certainly add 30 days to it. I just know as planners, as you know, we can talk long, so we can take time too. So, and the final one, which I'm not suggesting, is you have the mandate to actually refuse this application if you're not satisfied with what's been presented to you today. So I hope that's been decent advice.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Rail.
Yeah, I thought my head was swimming before I started this. Now I'm drowning. This brings up complete total recollection of Park Lake and Center Lake in Highlands East and what we went through. And Dysart, God bless you for what you're trying to do. Having said that, there are decisions that were made at that time in Highlands East, which are purely Highlands East decisions with the developer, as what you're proposing. And going back to what Councillor Carter said in the very beginning, if you're asking, would I vote to reject this thing? The answer is no. Would I vote to accept it today? The answer is no. Would I vote to defer it to 30 days? Absolutely. Why? Because now I got a pretty good idea of what I need to look at to pare through the stuff that is generally what I call white noise, and get down to the things that really affect this whole thing. And at the end of the day, if it would, subject to council's permission, possibly at the committee of the whole, be able to ask a couple of pertinent questions that would be related to my ability to make a decision. And then I would be prepared to make a decision in March.
Thank you. There are comments. Councillor Carter.
Obviously, this is a very complicated file. As Mr. Usher said, that, he feels that many of the things that were brought up by the Friends of Grass Lake has already been addressed, and we should go to the Dysart website and spend 5 hours to watch the public meeting that took place. Obviously, there's an awful lot of information or data there. I feel like I'm ducking red herrings that are being flung at me from various directions on this whole discussion. I definitely would defer this at this point. I know we are not planners. Mr. Stone is, and the idea of words that planners use are very, very important. So he wouldn't use the word conditions. He would use some other term for it. But I would wonder, and as Councillor Rael said, perhaps at our next meeting where we might be able to ask some questions and discussions. Is there? I think, yes, it is up to each of the municipalities to make their decisions. But back to some of the situations that we've talked about in the past, I happen to live in a municipality that's downstream from this decision. So my constituents do have, a particular interest in this project. It's always very difficult when you're looking at this, who do you believe? Do you believe the people that for whatever reason are against the project, or do you listen to all the experts and the scientists? When we were talking about the shoreline preservation bylaw, it was almost the opposite. People are saying, "Oh, we have to listen to the people who are against it, not ignore the scientists." So I think it's a very difficult situation that we find ourselves in. I don't know if there are other, conditions is the common word that could be put onto this, in terms of the idea of there not being a dock and the 30-meter setbacks and all sorts of things like that. And I don't, I have no intention of voting against it, but I right now could not vote for it, as Councillor Ryall said. So I think we need to defer it and have further discussion. This is a big, important project, and it's it could be the first of many. So I'm not against it or for it, but I think we need more time.
Thank you. Go ahead. I've got some comments that I've been holding back. Go ahead. No, it's your turn.
Thanks. I fully agree with my fellow councillors, and I truly believe it is possible to trust our fellow municipalities, trust our staff at the county and municipal level, and also uphold our responsibility to give the utmost thought and consideration to this as a member of this sitting council, and that is what I would prefer to do.
I've been thinking about this a lot. I've been hearing from a lot of people for quite some time now, and many of you know that I'm very much in support of protecting our wetlands and our lakes, and I have some real serious concerns, that have been brought to my attention about this development. The impact on the wetlands overall. I'm concerned about the commercial aspect of this development. Of course, we need housing, we need it badly, but I'm a bit concerned about the fact that there's some commercial component to this particular development. I'm concerned that the lake is at capacity, and I'm really concerned and ticked off to no end to hear about the amount of work that's been done to clear cut the property, to change the water courses, and without any approvals whatsoever. Should that be the case, that really disturbs me. I'm concerned about the comments that I've heard about the public hearing that was held, and I don't know if it's lack of understanding or the fact that people feel that they didn't have sufficient opportunity to speak. But I'm prepared to listen to the meeting and make my own judgment about that. I would like to hear some response to the comments and concerns that were raised by DM Wills, as brought up by the Friends of Grass Lake. So those are my concerns, and the struggle for me is that we need housing so badly that it's just overarching our entire economy. And so, it's so contrary to the things that I normally would be caring about, that these two things don't seem to be coming together. I would like to point out and draw attention to the submission by Places for People, and the fact that they are being offered a section of land to do low-income housing, because there was a comment that there would be no low-income housing there, and that's not exactly the case. And the fact that all of the reports that are included in the 400 and some pages have been done by professionals and have been done by and have been peer reviewed by professionals. So, I have to consider that too. While trying to satisfy the concerns that have been raised by the public and other interested groups. So personally, I would like to see us defer this. But I think if we're going to defer it until our next regular meeting, what exactly is it that we're looking for, when this comes back? You just want to ask questions, have more time to look at the information that we've received. I think we need to, give some direction to staff about what we want to hear that will help us make a decision in a month's time or 2 months' time. So I look to council for some comments there. Councilor Rail.
That is exactly the problem, Madam Warden. I have no idea what the questions are until I go through this in more detail and then get some idea of what I understand and what I don't understand. So that's why I was proposing, if it made sense, to have a portion of the time perhaps in a committee of the whole, or if somebody wants to defer 2 months, that's fine. I know that every time you defer something, you just push something out further. But at the end of the day, we're going to need time, at least I'm going to need time to go through this stuff, sift out the stuff that makes sense from the stuff that's just there, and then put together some intelligent questions that can be asked, especially when it comes to what jurisdiction does the county have in the decision-making process versus what belongs to the municipality. And I hear Councillor Ferry, as a member of County Council and also as a member of Highlands East, I do not want County Council overriding what needs to be done in Highlands East, but making sure that Highlands East does the job that it's supposed to do. And if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, then that's the job that we have.
With respect to the timing, I would suggest that the next committee of the whole meeting might be too soon. That's only 2 weeks from now, and that doesn't, that doesn't give our staff an awful lot of time to prepare for things. I guess I'm looking for something more specific about if we're going to defer this. And I agree with Councillor Carter. There's an awful lot of information to receive and review in a short period of time. However, we all have a responsibility to review that information, and I've read it all. Great time over the family weekend. Thoughts on our duration of deferral?
Well, I don't mind deferring it if we're deferring it for the proper reasons. If we're deferring it to make opinions that aren't based on science or aren't based on the necessary approvals, then we could be here 6 months from now talking about it. So I think we need although Mr. Stone did an admirable job, in my opinion, explaining what our responsibilities as county councillor is to make this decision. I think if you could just lay them out point by point, again, Mr. Stone, maybe that would help us, because it's like everything else. You can get in the weeds on this stuff, and then you never get a decision done. And I think we've had a habit sometimes of getting in the weeds here, in my time, anytime. So I think that I can go along with the second committee of the whole meeting, which is the end of March, right?
Committee, no, that would be into April.
Council meeting would be March 22nd.
But he's
So
talking about committee of the whole.
Well, can we do it at a council meeting?
We can do it whenever we want.
Well, I'll go along with that. Otherwise, we're just kicking the ball down the road.
Absolutely.
Sorry for, my only concern is the length of time it would take to address the water issue at the vet clinic. If I'm not sure, is council saying you would like to see that addressed before you consider this? And if so, I'm concerned that putting a timeline on it, we would have no problem returning back with a report outlining council's responsibilities with respect to official plan amendments and no problem even providing clarification in 30 days. That's not an issue at all. My concern is the length of time it would take to develop a solution that would be acceptable to both the proponent and the vet clinic.
But that can be a policy, I think, as Mr. Stone said, so it wouldn't have to have a time frame.
So you don't want to reflect that in your motion, but again, if you defer for a specific time, well, I guess that would be addressed. So
that would be it.
Okay.
And I would urge members of council, if there are questions about county's role versus the municipal role, that you get in touch with Mr. Stone in the meantime and get some clarification with respect to that. Councillor Carter.
I think that's precisely was going to be my point. In terms of the vet clinic and the water, to a certain extent, that's a technical issue that I'm willing to let, the technical people work out, and I'm sure Dysart wouldn't approve going ahead until that is finalized. I think that, yes, deferring it will give everybody a bit more time, and we could make it a condition that be worked out. But I guess I do have a number of questions of the planner that I would like to have addressed at the next time that we're going to talk about this. And then again, it gets down to, what is the role? But I look at the fact that, I'm downstream of it in Minden. And so, I all of a sudden have a different type of view than others might. So if we have the opportunity to further review these, and I did read all 484 pages on the weekend, if we have time to further review it, I have questions of the planner and have it addressed at the next meeting. I would be good with that.
And a month's time between now and our next regular council meeting would give the vet clinic and an opportunity to work with the developer, and we'll know when we have our next meeting whether they've reached a satisfactory agreement or whether we need to put a condition into our approval. Councillor Fury.
One thing I'd like to add, there was a reference made to the ability of our sewage plant, and it was helping to pollute Grass Lake. Might I tell you, it is state of the art and has been for many years. The water tests coming out of there are way better than probably some of the septic tanks that are on Grass Lake. By the way, we'll be doing those inspections this year, and we'll see what that turns up, because that is a major pollutant, septic tanks. So I'm not concerned that and eventually all of Grass Lake will be covered by sanitary sewers. So hopefully we can get Grass Lake back to where it should be.
Councillor McKechnie.
Yes, some of the council around here, you're entitled to your opinion, of course, in regard to the water issue at the veterinarian's business, and I totally understand that. If I own the veterinarian's office business, I wouldn't want it to be bad water either. But I'm just wondering if Mr. Usher or Mr. Wilson could comment right now to kind of where that really is at. I think there was Mr. Usher was saying there was some different letters or whatever that have already been sent. Maybe the gentleman hadn't received them yet. So are they? Is this issue be closer to being resolved than what we're kind of kicking the can around the room here?
If you would, Mr. Usher. Sorry, Mr. Wilson, you're not listed as a delegation, so you'll have to speak through Mr. Usher.
Thank you. Councillor McKechnie, there was a letter, it's actually, I think, listed as an agenda item under my delegation. There's a letter of February 4th that I sent to the clerk that basically sets out. We had a number of this, we've had some back and forth with Dr. Filion. We had a very good discussion with Dr. Filion in, I think it was December or January. I think it was January, between myself and our hydrogeologist and our ecologist to talk about how could we resolve this problem. And we went into that meeting with some ideas. We changed some of them in response to some of the things that Dr. Filion said were important for her. And I think we ended on a very constructive note. And what this letter did was simply put in writing, better thought out, what we had talked about at that meeting. And I want to make very clear, this is not intended to represent any agreement by Dr. Filion. She wouldn't say that she has agreed to anything. But, we had a constructive discussion, and this was, as a result of that, this is what we put forward. And the reason I sent the letter to the clerk was as a report to you, to this council, because we had made this commitment to Dysart, to your council, that we would work this out with Dr. Filion. Now, what happened was subsequent. I can't really say we have had any significant progress because we sent the letter. Dr. Filio got back to me and said, look, thank you very much, but I am going to retain some legal counsel. I want to look at this more carefully and I'll get back to you. And I heard nothing further until learning that Mr. Cahar was going to appear today. And what I heard today, even the fact that they had actually gone ahead and retained a hydrogeologist was news to me. So, and I'm not being critical in saying that. I'm just saying I can't really tell you that there has been any progress, but at the same time, based on what I've heard from Mr. Cahar, I think that if we start to have some just direct dialogue between everybody involved, we should be able to make progress very quickly. I think both sides seem to be committed to trying to resolve it and going down a path that if this isn't quite the same yet, at least they're parallel and hopefully get to a meeting endpoint. Does that answer your question?
Thank you. So I'm hearing generally from council that you wish to defer this item until our next regular county council meeting for a variety of reasons. And I would look to each of you to, get as much information and clarification as you can in advance. And we'll have another discussion at the end of March. Could I have a mover and a seconder for deferral? Maybe we should hear you.
Oh.
Keep it simple.
Be it resolved that the planning report PLN 15-2023 concerning file number 4624-OPA-001, which is in relation to official plan amendment number 1 to the municipality of Dysart et al. Official plan, be received by Haliburton County Council for information, and that the matter be deferred to the March 22nd, 2023 council meeting, and that staff be directed to develop a draft special policy that will address the water quality and quantity concerns of the owner of Haliburton Veterinary Services.
You've heard the resolution. I'm not sure that we wanted to make that condition at this point in time, but we do. Do you want that condition included at this point in time, or do you want to just defer? Councillor Carter.
Yeah, I do not, because there could be some other things that we want to add. So I would just defer at this point and say we're going to have a more fulsome discussion at the next meeting.
That's kind of why I said let's just have a motion to defer.
Getting low on sugar, man.
All of us. Could I have a mover and a seconder to defer? Councillors Carter and Morale. And you've heard the resolution. Well, maybe we need to hear it again.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that planning report PLN 15-2023 concerning file number 4624 OPA-001, which is in relation to official plan amendment number 1 to the municipality of Dysart et al. Official plan, be received by Haliburton County Council for information, and that the matter be deferred to the March 22nd, 2023 council meeting.
All in favor? That's carried. Against? Councillor McKechnie. You have to vote one way or the other. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. This has been a very interesting and unique morning. We will now break for lunch until 1 o'clock. Next item. Welcome back. Next item on the agenda is the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority, and we have Corey Harris and Ian Jeffrey presenting today. Are you on your own or being joined via Zoom?
I'm being, joined via Zoom.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Madam Warden and members of council.
If you just want to hold on a second, I don't think we have your, oh, there we go. Okay. Ian's here. Go ahead.
Great. So good afternoon, Madam Warden and members of council. My name is Corey Harris. I'm the Watershed Services Coordinator at the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority. And I'm here with my colleague, Ian Jeffrey. He's our remote sensing and GIS specialist, to give you an update on the Gull and Burnt River floodplain mapping update for the county. So if you want to show next slide, please. So I have an outline that will be up there momentarily. Just to touch on a few points that I want to cover today. I know Steve's only given me 10 or 15 minutes, so I know we've got to be brief and concise. So we're going to touch on just a brief history of the project, the objectives we're trying to achieve through this work, touch on the funding application successes that we've had to date, and talk about Ontario's flooding strategy very briefly. And then Ian's going to give a quick overview of the LiDAR and the bathymetric data acquisition work that's occurred in the last 2 years. Give a progress of work update and talk about next steps going into this year and end with some sample floodplain mapping. Next slide. So as you all likely know, and I threw this in for the benefit of some of the new members to this council, Haliburton County has experienced significant flooding in recent years, particularly 2013, 2015, 2017, and 2019. Out of this came some discussions with county staff and some partners to talk about how do we deal with managing and mapping out the flood hazard for the county. So county staff were speaking with our team at the GRCA, as well as our colleagues at Kawartha Conservation. And out of that came a multi-year strategy to look at data acquisition in phases 1 and 2, and then the development of models in phases 3 and 4 to produce floodplain mapping for the county. And that's the phase that we're in right now. Next slide. So what do we want to achieve out of this project? It's pretty simple and straightforward. It's really to produce good floodplain mapping for the Gull and Burnt River systems, as well as producing flood hazard and high water level mapping for key lakes of interest in the county. This information will be used to assist county staff and member municipalities in their efforts to become more resilient communities. They'll know where the flood hazards are, and they can make good planning decisions with that information. It also allows planning staff to ensure that development applications meet and conform to the requirements of the provincial policy statement. There has been some mapping in the county historically. There was some mapping through Minden in 86. There was also some mapping for the village of Haliburton right around that same time frame. And recently we worked with City of Kawartha Lakes and the Kawartha Conservation Authority to update Burnt River floodplain mapping right up to about the community of Burnt River, south of the county boundary. This mapping will be extended up into the study area and cover the rivers of interest. Next slide. Ontario, the province of Ontario has released a flooding strategy in 2020. Actually, in March of 2020, the Minister of Natural Resources announced that here in Minden. Some of you may recall that. But I put this slide up just to reinforce the importance of some of the information that's come out of the flooding strategy. If you can hit the next button, please. I just want to focus on priority 1. Top of the list of what communities can do is understand the flood risks in their communities. So this work that we're doing now, it's important, but I just want to say that the county is in perfect alignment with the top priorities recommended in the flooding strategy. Next slide. I just wanted to highlight that we've collaborated a fair amount with county staff to try and acquire as much funding as we could to get this work done. And our batting average is pretty good. So we've applied through the National Disaster Mitigation Program through Intake 4. We worked with Steve's predecessor to get some funding to acquire LiDAR data. And Ian, my colleague, will talk about LiDAR data in a moment. Intake 6 of that same program, we made application and were successful in getting funding for the acquisition of bathymetry data. And that's really all of like the measurements of the riverbed under the water, because the LiDAR doesn't penetrate the water when it flies over and measures the ground surface. We also last year applied through another federal program called the Flood Hazard Identification and Mapping Program. We heard in November that we were successful in that application as well, to the tune of $225,000. So I just want to highlight that staff and our team is doing our darndest to try and acquire as much federal funding to support this important work. And at the same time, we want to express our I guess how grateful we are to Public Safety Canada and Natural Resources Canada for their support in this work. Next slide. So just a quick overview of the study area. It is very, very large. My background is water resources engineering, and a study area of this size is very impressive. If I look at the size of the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority's whole watershed, we're at about 900 square kilometers. So just to give you a sense of the size and scale of this project, and the reason it's taking a number of years is that the study area is enormous. It's 2,800 square kilometers. We've got over 400 kilometers of channel, 23 lakes, 42 dams. This area is a key part of Parks Canada Trent System waterway. It forms a lot of the flows for that system. It's a highly regulated system because of the dams. And a lot of the dams are there because of the historic logging, and then they've evolved into maintaining lake levels for cottagers. You've got the added issue of we're into the Canadian Shield here. There's a lot of exposed bedrock, shallow soils, not a lot of absorptive capacity for some of these lands. But the saving grace is there's a lot of wetlands. Those are really the features on the landscape that do a lot of the heavy lifting and preventing flooding. So next slide. I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Ian Jeffrey, to talk about the LiDAR data acquisition that has gone forward.
Thanks, Corey. Yes, fundamental data for flood mapping typically includes a topographic representation of the study area. Excuse me. And the technology that's ideal for that and the current standard is LiDAR, which is flown on a fixed wing aircraft in this case to scan 3D representation of the terrestrial surface. So that would be anywhere outside of water body or channel. And then in a couple slides, I'll talk about the bathymetry to capture the data within the channel. But through working closely with county staff, GIS staff, we were able to trim the required area down to only areas that we needed LiDAR for, and then use supplementary existing provincial data sets for the other areas. So we're able to minimize the surface area to where we needed it as to allocate resources as efficiently and effectively as we could for this. So yes, we got funding through the National Disaster Mitigation Program to fly this LiDAR. It was flown in fall 2019, which is the ideal time to fly for LiDAR for water resources purposes, because it is lower flow. Water levels are lower in the fall than they are in the spring. Therefore, you're more likely to grab more of the area that you would like to understand to do flood mapping. Next slide, please. This is just to get a sense of the data that's returned from the LiDAR sensor. It is called a point cloud, and it is a geo-referenced massive blob of points. To be frank, we're talking about trillions and trillions of points throughout the watershed, but they are area of interest within the watershed. But what they are here are classified by features. So we have red are buildings, green are vegetation, and purple is either low vegetation such as grass or bare surface. So that's just to give you a sense of what the point cloud looks like. And then we turn the point cloud into what's called a digital terrain model. And from that, we're often running with the hydrologic and hydraulic modeling. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a sense of how the corridors or the buffers around the water features were delineated. So this is to the northwest of where you sit right now in Minden, the gull running through it. So the orange line is represents the extent of the ladder that was captured. Next slide, please. This shows the ladder representation of the surface with, as you see from bird's eye view. So you have all building features, all trees, anything that you can see from bird's eye view, except for features such as cars and people. They filter out. Next slide, please. What we do then is to strip out all of the non-ground features to delineate the ground surface itself, because we're modeling water as it flows across the surface of the earth. And the buildings are brought back in during the hydraulic modeling phase so as to show them as obstructions to flow. But trees and minor vegetation we don't consider, or we consider in different ways, but we strip out of the 3D representation from the start. Next slide, please. And that just shows you, gives you a sense of the bare surface as if it was the moon, essentially. And then next slide, please. This is, we're doing engineering or hydrologic and hydraulically modeled riverine flood mapping around the riverine features. Around the lake features, we're doing high level historic lake level mapping. So this is essentially working very closely with Parks Canada to determine the specific high water elevations for each lake within the study area. This is Farquhar Lake, and you can see the buffer around the lake. It's it was a little larger than the buffer around the riverine because of just an unknown that this wasn't really explored before, at least the detail that's required in present day. So this shows the LiDAR. It's colored by elevation, but it's also bare earth. So we strip away all the vegetative features to get to where the water would go effectively on the earth. Next slide, please. We turn that into kind of a moon surface as I showed in the previous slide. And then if you can see the green triangle at the bottom of the image, that represents the dam at which the high water levels, historic levels have been measured. So we take, this is all tied together using vertical datums and the appropriate official coordinate systems. And since we're able to tie things together so tightly, then we can extract a line based on that elevation at the dam and show that line around the lake. Next slide, please. So when we add in the context, you can see the line overlaying on an ortho image that shows the area of interest. And we brought in back the structures that were picked up from the LiDAR acquisition. So you can see how they interact, how the high water level would interact with everything around it. Next slide, please. This gives you a closer sense of showing the precision at which this technology offers this type of work. So you can see the high water level and how the structures, assumed cottages or households that are interacting with the lake. Next slide, please. This is one just to show that since LiDAR can penetrate vegetative canopy, it will also go into kind of backwater areas so as to really represent where the ground would be wet, which provides a lot of insight into access and stuff like that in terms of what the event would look like if it was back to a historic high level. Next slide, please. As Corey alluded to before, in addition to the terrestrial LiDAR that was acquired, we also were able to pinpoint strategically with the county staff areas where bathymetry would be required. And since we were able to be as surgical as we were before, this was again to allocate resources as efficiently and effectively as possible. And this work was done using sonar technology, which is the most cost-effective technology that would also meet our spec in terms of what we need to populate the models with. So this is another intake from the National Disaster Mitigation Program, federal funding. And we acquired it fall of 2021 and then summer 2022, just given the breadth of the area and to make sure we took full advantage of the funding opportunities for external federal contributions as well. So if you take the terrestrial LiDAR and the within channel excuse me, bathymetry, then you have a good representation of the dynamics of the riverine channels during flood events and various other events as well. Next slide, please. This is one of the pieces of equipment that was used to acquire the bathymetry. This particular one was we targeted the more shallow areas with this one as being a remote controlled, essentially UAV boat with a sensor underneath it. So it was able to get into sub-meter, sub-foot areas to get good representation because low-lying areas typically can be particularly problematic with high water levels. So this was the technology to give you a sense of how this stuff was acquired. Next slide, please. And this is a resultant data set from one of the areas of interest. So it gives you a sense of, if you could just kind of follow it like it's a children's slide, top to bottom, it gives you a good sort of sense of the data that is required, that is returned from this stuff in the areas of highest concern to be able to tie in the hydraulic modeling. Next slide, please. Oh, back to Corey.
Okay, thanks, Ian. So our progress on survey work, I just want to spend a minute to highlight that. We've been working closely with our friends at Kawartha Conservation to survey all the dams and the bridges and culverts within the study area. And you can see there on the slide, there's 169 assignments. So this means someone going out there with survey equipment to pick up the key elevations on these structures. So of all those assignments, 91 have been completed to date, and 78 remain, which we're looking to finish up this spring and early summer. As mentioned, this includes dams, bridges, culverts, etc. The reason being, we're pulling all this information into our modeling programs. One of the challenges with the survey work, and I may have mentioned this to the previous council, is that because cell reception isn't very good through the study area, it makes it very difficult to use GPS equipment. When you can't get a cell signal, you can't get an accurate reading of where you are on the Earth's surface. And what that means in terms of vertical datums, as Ian had alluded to before, the LiDAR data and the bathymetric data is all in a certain datum. It's the new National Canadian Standard, which is CGVD 2013. When you're out in the middle of the bush with no signal, you have to set up equipment to do precise point positioning and get sub-centimeter accuracy to confirm that the area you're going to survey in the middle of the bush is actually in the proper datum, so that when we merge this information with the LiDAR and the bathymetric data, that it's going to jive. It's not going to be a foot out, like foot too high or a foot too low. So that's made this work a little more challenging. Most of the benchmarks in the study area are along major highways, not side roads. So this would apply to a lot of the culverts in the back areas as well. So just something to be aware of, and that's one of the reasons it's taken a bit longer than expected. Next slide. In terms of progress of work, a lot has been accomplished. I've talked about surveying. We've had consultation and we will have ongoing consultation with Parks Canada, MNRF, MTO, and county staff. We will continue to provide technical and admin support to county staff for the funding applications that I mentioned. We're going through Parks Canada gauge data for the study area and doing statistical analyses on that information so that we can compare it to modeling results as they become available. Ian has continued with processing of all the GIS data that's come out of all this acquisition work, and has married the LiDAR data with the bathymetric data, so we have one seamless surface for use in our hydraulic models. There's ongoing efforts to characterize the hydrologic response of the watersheds, and that's just saying that, when you get a significant rainfall or a precipitation event, how is the watershed responding from a flow perspective? What's the timing of that water? What's the volume of water coming down these systems? All of that information goes into the hydraulic model. So ongoing development and parameterization of the hydrologic models as well as the hydraulic models for the river systems. And to date, we have constructed 7 hydraulic models for the Burnt River system and 29 individual hydraulic models for the Gull River. There's still parameterization work that has to occur, but that's a lot of effort. As well, there's ongoing development of high water level and flood risk line mapping for the lakes, just like that example that Ian gave. We've got lakes all through the study area that we're doing that for. So it's a lot of time and effort. One thing to mention here as well is one of the bullets applies to developing stage discharge relationships for the dams and reservoirs. We've got to do that for all reservoirs as well, and that in turn goes into the hydrologic models to determine routing and storage and all those types of things. So next slide. This is just a sample image of the subcatchments and the drainage areas for the Gull River system that have been produced through our hydrologic model. It just gives you an idea of kind of the resolution and scale of how we've delineated our subcatchment areas for purposes of the model. Next slide. There's a lot of inputs and data that go into these models. So I'm going to start with the hydrologic models, and this is the part of the project that takes the most time because it has a significant impact on the results, and you want to get this stuff right. So we would look at things like subcatchment drainage areas, watercourse channel information in terms of length and slope, terrain information, longest flow paths for each subcatchment, soils information throughout the study area, land use and impervious level information for ground surface, and then looking at the types of losses or the different loss methods for rainfall. Basically, I won't get into it because it's going to put everyone to sleep, but we also develop rainfall inputs. So we create storm events that we're going to put into the model to produce different results. And these will include the regional storm, which for this part of Ontario is the Timmins event. We also are producing the 2-year through 100-year storm events that will be available in the end product. And then the federal funders are requiring that we look at a 200-year event in terms of kind of looking at things through a climate change lens. So when these models are finalized, the parameters have been finalized, we have to test them and calibrate them and use real events to see how our model is responding to the inputs that have actually happened. And then we can make tweaks and changes to our model so that it's as representative as possible. Next slide. So when those flows are available, they're put into different areas of interest in our hydraulic models. And these include things like, it's more of the geometry of the river channels. So cross-section information, valley floodplain information that we extract from the digital elevation models. The low flow channel, that's from the information we're getting from the bathymetry and the survey work. We're also adding in culvert structures, bridge structures, entrance and exit losses, which are frictional losses for each of these structures under a flood condition. Dam and weir measurements, roughness, so reflecting vegetation in the floodplain, what does that do to the conveyance? Looking at boundary conditions, what lake level are we assuming at the bottom end of some of these reaches and those types of things. And that image in the slide is an example of a bridge that we've coded in another model. It's the Highway 401 bridge over the Ganaraska River. So it just gives you a sense of how these structures are actually coded in to the software. Next slide. So when you're done all these models and you can produce a flood line, our colleagues at Kawartha Conservation will be producing the actual maps for the study area. And this is a sample of one of the floodplain maps that they did on a project that we worked together on for the city of Kawartha Lakes back in 2019. This is the uppermost end of the Burnt River that was mapped. And this is right in the community of Burnt River. So if you look kind of the bottom left side of the map is the community of Burnt River. If you can hit the button again, please. If you zoom in, just to get a better look, the red lines are actually the limit of flooding. So those are the flood limits of the floodplain. Those yellow cross sections are cross sections where we've extracted geometry from the terrain model for use in the software. And those little round circles at the end of those cross sections tell you the flood elevation at that location. So the number on the top is the regional storm event, and the one underneath is the 100-year. So a landowner can then look up on these maps what the regional and 100-year levels are for their property. Next slide. So the remaining work for this coming year and a bit, it's really ongoing development of both the hydrologic and hydraulic models, finalizing the survey efforts for the dams and the remaining structures. That's going to happen through the spring and early summer. Ongoing mapping and editing of high water levels for all the lakes of interest. And then we'll be developing floodplain mapping once the models have been calibrated. And that's expected to happen this fall and into the winter. And we're also incorporating climate change considerations through the types of events that we're looking at, as well as we're giving some consideration to spring melt conditions where we have rain on snow events. That's something we're looking at. And then we expect to engage with public consultation and public information centers through the fall and into the winter. Maybe just to add too, is we are working with county staff to look at putting some information up on the website for just to share with the public so they see some of the products that we've been producing. So with that, I'll end and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for either Corey or Ian? Councillor Rael.
Yeah, when a lot of this information is good, and I think it's great, but put a practical side to it. And maybe I'll answer my own question in the process of what I'm doing here. When a culvert is designed and it goes into a certain area, I'm assuming that this information is used for the design of that particular culvert, or some of it is being used. Yeah. In other words, some places will walk in the summertime, you can walk through the culvert, and yet in the spring, it's almost flooding the road. Yeah. And it needs that volume for the spring thaw. Am I understanding it properly?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I think to date, the designers of those culverts have done the best they could with the information that was available. So because we don't have detailed mapping through Haliburton, you're not always sure of the drainage area for that culvert. So you have to make some educated assumptions and you do have to model and make some estimates of what flows are coming down, and you have to meet certain design standards in accordance with MTO criteria. So depending on the class of the road, you may have to have the capacity of a 50-year storm or a 25-year storm, but that's all predicated on the assumption that the information you use to get those flows was reasonable. The nice thing with this information, because it's going to be current, it's going to be the most accurate, I think, that Haliburton's had. This will certainly be shared with county staff and their consultants so that they can then use all the information out of our study to size replacements and future structures with the flow data that we'll be providing. So it helps, I think, the municipalities prioritize. Like, we'll be able to say this culvert over here can only handle a 25-year storm. It's undersized. So in terms of asset management planning, all of this information is going to be very useful to prioritize replacements and new structures.
Councillor Dayo.
Thanks to you both. Two questions. First, a question of clarification. The difficulties you experience because you can't get a cell phone hit, is that for both LiDAR and bathymetry, or is it just for bathymetry?
It was just for individual survey works. When a staff member goes out with a survey rod with a GPS unit on it, we weren't able to get a good signal. So we've had to set up a separate tripod with a GPS unit to get basically to sit there and talk to satellites for 5 hours to know that we're within a centimeter accuracy for that spot. And then you can survey the rest of the site relative to that spot.
Okay,
But all of the LiDAR and bathymetric data, it was flown, and then there was a QA/QC process that it went through to make sure that it was in the right data.
okay, okay. Yeah, I get that now. Thank you. The other question I have, if I may, and I've asked this of county staff in the past, about natural capital accounting and the degree to which we may be able to avail ourselves of this wonderful technology to understand what our assets are, especially when I look at Ontario's flooding strategy, which you've kindly laid out, and I see priority number 5, invest in flood risk reduction. And it strikes me that knowing where our wetlands are and what their capacity is for absorbing runoff, et cetera, would be part, a natural part of that. How far off would we be for potential future iterations of this kind of project in capturing that data? Is it a series of Command Shift 4 and there's the info, or would it require going back out and doing more survey work?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a great question. There is, I think, utility for the models that we're producing and even the GIS data that we're producing. And I'm looking at my colleague Ian that he may want to jump in on some of this, but a lot of the information that we're pulling together for the hydrologic model in particular is GIS based, or geographic information system based layers. So we've actually been in discussions with Haliburton Highlands Land Trust on the wetland delineation that they're doing, because that has value for our team in identifying the size of the wetlands for our purposes in the modeling. So I think there is a lot of data available that if in the future, others want to build on that for the reasons you mentioned, I think there's a lot of opportunity. Similarly, with some of the models, we're trying to be mindful of the way that we're building the hydrologic model, that not only could it be used to identify the flood susceptible areas, but it could also potentially be used in the future as a continuous model for flood forecasting and warning, and maybe even for things like just testing the impacts of development in a certain subcatchment. Like, there's a lot of utility for these models going into the future.
Other questions, Councillor?
So 2,800 square kilometers, you're not obviously walking at all. So in your map where you had, I think it was Burnt River or whatever, so you're showing river and then you're showing these red lines, which are the flooding zone or floodline. How do you know whether some land is actually wetland or is it just land that is subject to flooding from time to time? Like, how do you tell that?
There's a lot of use and value in the LiDAR data, and I have to say that between that and the ortho imagery, you can really tell with some confidence what's a certain type of land use. So you can identify forested areas from wetland. Plus, you've got the underlying contour information that will kind of corroborate: is this wetland or is it just meadow? Like, the LiDAR is very telling, and because you can strip the vegetation away and see the underlying ground surface, it becomes very intuitive as to how you discern that. But there's also, and I don't know, Ian, if you want to touch on just the way we've gone through and looked at wetlands, there's a lot of tools from the remote sensing side to help you in that. And I don't know if you want to just briefly add a sentence or two to that effect.
Yeah, if I may, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm a remote sensing specialist, and by definition, that means acquiring information from objects without context. So it could be LiDAR, orthoimagery, laser scanning, all types of things. But specific to wetland, there's the Provincial Imagery Strategy Program, which offers 5-year refresh rate for orthoimagery, which is facilitated by the province and is an elaborate cost-sharing kind of model that the province picks up at least 50% of, but it's a cost-effective thing that the county has been involved in. We are using that data. And we down here have used the data, principally the part of the data, you see the visible range of light or a color with an orthoimagery. There's also a near infrared band that's collected and included in the imagery, which represents just beyond the human capability of eyesight. So it's beyond the optical range, as we say. And from that, you can extract and deduce vegetative health and other such things, such as other characteristics that can be used to delineate different types of vegetative features. So we call that spectral signatures, and not to get too far down a rabbit hole, but those are all tools that we can use to then delineate different features on the landscape. And wetland features, in terms of their spectral signatures that they give away, like their enhanced kind of color with that infrared information, are quite different than the non-wetland features. So that's actually a very effective way to do that. Yeah.
And Madam Chair, I think I know where you're going with that question is, are we mapping wetlands as flood features? Is that kind of where you're thinking? Well, we're focusing on lakes to get high water level mapping, and that's a cartographic exercise, as Ian mentioned. The engineering modeling exercise that we're doing is focusing on the river systems. So we can't build hydraulic models through a lake. We actually have to stop and start at the lakes and then focus on the rivers. The only wetland feature that would be mapped as floodplain is if it's attached to that riverine system. So if it's out in the headwaters, it might still be considered a wetland, but it's not going to be mapped with a flood line. Okay.
Any other questions? Well, thank you. That's a lot of really good information. I've got to apologize for keeping you as long as we did waiting today. We had an extraordinarily long session this morning. And I'd also like to thank you for the work that you've done so far, and in particular in fundraising for the project, because that's always music to our ears.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
So thank you.
Madam Chair.
Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillors Carter and Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the delegation from Corey Harris and Ian Jeffrey on behalf of the Ganaraska Region Conservation Authority for floodplain mapping in the Burnt and Gull River watersheds.
All in favor? That's carried. And I believe that that's a pretty good segue into the next session, which is a floodplain mapping project for Haliburton.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to the rest of council. So Corey said enough on floodplain mapping project, and this is just the text behind it. So happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions on this report? Could I then have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillors Carter and Fury.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Fury. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives the February 22nd, 2023 report entitled Haliburton Floodplain Mapping Project Update for February 2023 for information.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is your planning department update.
Thank you, Madam Warren, to the rest of council. So yes, it's our monthly report. A lot of these things you've seen recently, they're ongoing projects. I guess the only thing I'll point out is, and as you're aware on your calendar, the short-term rental project will be coming back next Monday for a fulsome discussion. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the department update? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that update? Councillors Ryall and McKechnie.
Moved by Councillor Ryle, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the February 22nd, 2023 planning report, PLN 13-2023, entitled Planning Department Update for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the options for a new shoreline preservation bylaw. If you'd like to take us through that, I think generally speaking, we can see what the costs are associated with remaining municipalities. And for this year, it would appear to be no cost, but costs are identified for the following year. Over to you, Mr. Stone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warren, to rest of council. So this really builds on the last discussion that council had on this matter. And what that discussion led to was really an amendment to the new bylaw that was passed by council last fall. And in essence, what subtle changes, and you'll see that in the attachment, and they're highlighted. The subtle changes is the applicability of this new amended bylaw really applies to 3 geographic areas. So they're specifically mentioned in this new bylaw, and it pertains to the 3 townships who are moving ahead with the implementation of the shoreline bylaw as they enacted, I guess, or adopted last fall as well. It's safe to say that county staff did vet the new bylaw in front of the county's legal solicitor, and he was again impressed with how it was crafted, and it should do what county council seeks to do this time around. And yes, Director of Corporate Services did a financial review on the implementation of the new bylaw. And that's presented to county council in the last 2 attachments of the report. So certainly I'm happy to answer any questions as it relates to the new text of the bylaw and its implications. And I think the director behind me is happy to explain the financial implications. Thank you.
Well, I think the financial implications are fairly clear. I guess the next steps for us would be for the bylaw to go to the 3 participating municipalities for the review and approval. Councillor Rao.
Just want to make sure that I'm on the right page, and attachments 3 and 4, that's the 7th and 8th month. I can't help but notice that the 33,000 kilometers per year is costed out at 45 cents a kilometer. Is that where we are, or is that just something didn't get updated?
The plan originally was for the bylaw department to purchase their own vehicle. However, now that only 3 will be participating, the county is going to purchase the vehicle, so it'll be a part of their fleet and charge it out to the municipalities at 45 cents a kilometer. And that is just a rough estimate at this time until we know exact costs.
Okay. So it has nothing to do with the rate that we've accepted for CRA.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly an agenda item, but is that something that we need to bring back? It's the mileage rate based on any updates that have been
No, the mileage is based on the CRA rate.
as an automatic.
Oh,
Sorry. Further questions, Councillor Carter?
Yeah, my question really relates to the user charges. I generally object to the fact that somebody wants to build a fire pit and patio down by the lake, and they're subsidized by the rest of the county in order to do that. So, is there a way that we can look at those user charges so that they are more fairly, compensating the municipalities for the expenses that the municipalities will have? I mean, I think users should pay for this, and so I know that in whenever a number of years ago, when this was being discussed, initially there was the thought of keeping the fees at a very low level so that people would participate and so on and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, I don't want all of the municipality subsidizing people that are going to be using these services. So can we look at those user charges?
Like to respond?
Thank you, Madam Warren, to rest of council. So the simple answer is yes, you can, I guess the first opportunity for county council to look at the fee structure would be, we would have to amend our fee bylaw to incorporate this now. Ideally, I would suggest that, just as county council wants to have ongoing updates with regards to the performance of the program, you typically would do that at the end of the year. And it might be that you allow for this suggested fee structure to occur this year. And then when it becomes, the program actually is funded by the municipalities, then we can sort of look at that turn of next year and maybe make those updates according to your wishes. Thank you.
Councillor Dayu, then Councillor Rael.
And I suppose a related question to that. Andrea, when you speak of the 45 cent per kilometer charge to the township for mileage, does that mean that those of us in the far northern region will be paying more for the same service? And how would that work if there was a fee, if there was a review of fees? How would that come out in the wash?
The vehicle as it's being used, we would do a monthly entry to charge the bylaw department based on the total kilometers. It then, if council decides, will be invoiced out to the locals based on your waterfront properties. So it won't be invoiced to the locals based on your kilometer usage.
So using the same percentages that have been determined. I'm sorry, Councillor Rael, you had another question? Okay, any further questions? Yep, absolutely.
A comment, yeah, I would have no problem with us, like looking at the fees for 24 and keeping this as it is right now, but I think that it really should be looked at, and we should be, if it's $138,000 to run the program, we should be looking to recoup, most, if not all of that.
So at this point in time, Andrew, did you have a comment? So at this point in time, would we be receiving this report with the understanding that the bylaw is going to be distributed to the 3 municipalities for their review and approval? Can I have a mover and a seconder then for that? Councillor Carter? Councillor Dayu?
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the planning report PL 19-2023 entitled New Shoreline Preservation Bylaw Implementation Options.
All in favor? It's carried. Next are administrative reports. The first council remuneration is for information. Any comments or questions? Could I have a mover and a seconder to receive that report? Councillor Spheri and McKechnie.
Moved by Councillor Ferry, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the staff report on the 2022 council and committee member remuneration and expenses, and that the report on 2023-22 council and committee remuneration and expenses be hereby approved.
All in favor? It's carried. Next up. Good afternoon, Robert. Just going to talk to us about a conveyance of surplus lands.
Good afternoon, Warden and Council. Just following up on a report that came to Council last September. After it was passed, the applicant and their lawyer realized that they required a 30-foot strip as opposed to 20 feet, which was presented to Council last fall. So this is just a report to inform Council that we'd like to follow the same process just noting that it's a 30-foot strip of property that they'll be surveying, and we'll be following through the process that was explained to council last fall and is contained in bylaw 4127 as well as in this report.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive this report? Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor McKechnie, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that the February 22nd, 2023 staff report on proposed conveyance of surplus lands, County Road 39, be received for information by Haliburton County Council, and that Haliburton County Council acknowledges and approves that bylaw 4127 will be followed, except noting that a 30-foot wide strip will now be surveyed and legally identified as opposed to the 20-foot wide strip identified in bylaw 4127.
All in favor? That's carried. Thanks, Robert.
Thank you.
Next are reports and minutes from external boards and agencies. First is the health unit. I don't believe anybody's had an opportunity to attend. Councillor Real has gratefully accepted the appointment to the health unit. Thank you. So I'm assuming there's nothing to report at this point. Next up is point in time. Anything that you'd like to bring to our attention, Councillor McKechnie?
Yeah, Don Milburn informed me that every 4 years, all the policies there are accredited, and that process is going on right now. And it'll be completed in the fall of 24.
Okay, thank you. And there's a set of minutes there for council's information. As far as the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus is concerned, we are meeting early in March, at which point we'll be setting our priorities for the year. So looking forward to that meeting. Nothing else to report there. Anything from the Jack Committee, Councillor Carter? Salute.
I think more than half of us were there. I think that the Jack Committee is really trying to define itself as to what it can be and what it can do in the future. So there were lots. We've had 2 meetings, and both meetings have really been almost really orientation sessions, I would say, and there were lots of questions asked, and so I think that we're trying to determine if we can come to some consensus as to what that committee really should be doing, and hopefully it will prove to be something that is very effective. I don't know if either of you guys have anything to add.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that that's going, taking place. Because I think that it's due time that the role of the committee is there's a little clearer definition about levels of involvement there. So I'm glad to hear that, and particularly when there's new staff, it's a new council and committee. Councillor Real.
Just one note, Councillor Carter can probably, the staff group that we're working with, they really are appreciative of the amount of support they're now getting from both Kawartha Lakes and Haliburton County and their elected officials. And they've made that crystal clear to us, and their commitment is like, it's great.
Well, that's great. And I confess I have not spoken with our recruitment lady, and I have a note to do just exactly that, and we'll bring some information back to our next meeting. You had a comment?
Just had, I did speak to her. Coincidentally, and it was on something else, but I think she's either this week or next attending a meeting or a session put on by ROMP, which is looking at the placement of the various residents in the area, and so I think that's a very positive development.
I believe ROMP, that stands for Rural Ontario Medical Professionals. Okay. Thank you. I look forward to hearing the results of that. With respect to the library board, Councillor Shell is not with us today. She's having some fun in a hot place. Any points of interest that you might like to mention, Councillor Dayed?
No, there was primarily a bit of housekeeping done at the first report, a little bit of circulation of information, but nothing major to report.
Okay, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the reports and minutes attached to this section? Councillor Royale, Councillor McKechnie.
Moved by Councillor Ryle, seconded by Councillor McKechnie. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council receives for information the following documents. The January 19th, 2023 approved minutes from the Haliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit Board of Health meeting. The approved minutes from the November 22nd, 2022 Point in Time Center for Children, Youth and Parents Board meeting. And the January 11th, 2023 approved minutes and the February 8th, 2023 draft minutes from the Haliburton County Public Library Board.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is the Land Division Committee's report. Hello again.
Thank you, Madam Warden, to rest council. So the Land Division Committee got back to its duties in earnest this past month. 9 applications were considered by the committee. 6 of them were for rural residential lots and 2 were for shoreline lots. And the last one considered by committee was for a lot addition. That application was the only one that was deferred. And the reason for the deferral was the township council didn't pass a resolution to that effect, so it was set aside. We're hoping that it'll be brought back to Land Division Committee this month. I should point out too that all the appointments now to the Land Division Committee have been sorted out. You'll be dealing with some appointments by bylaw later in the meeting. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions on the Land Division? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive that report? Councillor Carter, Councillor Tayu.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council received the February 22nd, 2023 report entitled Land Division Activity Report for February 2023 for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Under other external boards and agencies, we're missing Councillor Burton today, so no Good Roads update. You will see under EORN that there is a bit of an update on where their projects stand overall. I'm not sure if you have anything else you'd like to add to that.
Not really. I think no, I don't think I have much to add.
The only other item about under EORN is that, as I made you all aware, I was going to put my name forward to be considered for the EORN board. And I believe that we need a resolution supporting putting my name forward. So thank you, Councillor Carter and Councillor Fury, both supporting my name being submitted for consideration.
Sorry about that. Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ferry. Be it resolved that Haliburton County Council support the nomination of Liz Danielson to stand for election for the EORN Board of Directors.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you for your support. Anything under poverty reduction, Councillor Ferry? Okay, thank you. Under other business, the calendar for March has been set. Are there any errors or omissions? Okay. Hearing none, then we will, could I have a motion to move into closed? Mover and a seconder, Councilors Carter and Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu, be it resolved that Haliburton County Council enter into closed session for the following reasons: litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Welcome back. So the remainder of the meeting, we have a list of bylaws that need to be passed. The first is for a tandem truck purchase. If I could have a mover and a seconder for that bylaw. Councilors Carter and Fury.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Fury, be it resolved that bylaw 4149 being a bylaw to authorize an agreement with Curry Truck Center for the purchase of one tandem axle dump or truck with dump box, material spreader unit, plow and wing, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a license of occupation for Dorset Timber Mart. Could I have a mover and a seconder, Councillor Carter and McKechnie?
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor McKechnie, be it resolved that bylaw 4150 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a license of occupation agreement with R&F Molen Limited, operating as Dorset Timber Mart, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is a license of occupation for Bell Canada. Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ryle.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Ryle, be it resolved that bylaw 4151 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a license of occupation agreement with Bell Canada be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is the county budget bylaw. We have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Fury, Councillor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Fury, seconded by Councillor Dayu, be it resolved that bylaw 4152 being a bylaw to adopt the 2023 budget for the corporation of the county of Haliburton be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? And again, my thanks to everyone, to all of the staff for all the hard work they did, and to members of council for the deliberations that we had that actually went rather smoothly. Next is a bylaw to establish the tax ratios for the year. I have a mover and a seconder, Councilors Carter and McKechnie.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor McKechnie, be it resolved that bylaw 4153 being a bylaw to establish 2023 tax ratios for the municipalities in the county of Haliburton be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Next is a bylaw to establish the property tax rates for this year. Mover and a seconder, please. Councilors Dayu and Fury.
Moved by Councillor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Fury, be it resolved that bylaw 4154 being a bylaw to establish 2023 property tax rates for upper tier purposes, apportionment of the upper tier tax revenue among the lower tier municipalities, and establish installment dates and percentages for the payment of the tax revenue to the upper tier by the lower tier municipalities be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. Next is a bylaw to appoint public members to the Land Division Committee. And mover and a seconder, Councillor Carter, Councillor McKechnie.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor McKechnie, be it resolved that bylaw 4155 being a bylaw to appoint public members to the Land Division Committee for the corporation of the county of Haliburton be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. And next is a bylaw to appoint council members to the Land Division Committee. Councillor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Fury.
Moved by Councillor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Fury. Be it resolved that bylaw 4156, being a bylaw to appoint council members to the Land Division Committee for the Corporation of the County of Haliburton, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? It's carried. And next is the appointment to the Haliburton Firth of Pine Ridge District Health Unit. Councillor Carter, second by Councillor Dayu.
Is it Groundhog Day? I'm just wondering. I moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that bylaw 4157, being a bylaw to amend bylaw 4138, respecting the appointment of members of council and public representatives of the Corporation of the County of Haliburton, and to appoint members of council as representatives of the Corporation of the County of Haliburton to external boards and 8 organizations, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? See the Groundhog Day review, whack-a-mole. Is there any notice of motions? Yes?
I'd like to put a motion forward that each municipality have a representative on the Land Division Committee and the warden be ex officio. Because we had a tie there. When you got 4 people, you need 5.
That is something that I made crystal clear to
you
the
did.
staff, and I believe that they're bringing back a report to that.
Okay, I don't need it then.
So I think we could wait and see what comes back in the
Okay.
form of a report.
Fair enough.
Only problem with that is that this year that would pose a problem because I'm the representative for.
But
Algonquin.
you can point somebody else.
That's true.
Yeah, if you're a
I think-
council member, it has to be done annually.
Yeah, right. And it could
Oh,
be
right.
public too. Public person if you're the warden.
So, yeah, it did pose quite a problem at the last
Oh,
meeting and,
wasn't
and
quite
and
fair.
it's, actually in many ways, it's a problem here. We don't run into it very often,
No.
but we sure could.
You sure could.
So would that suit your purpose that,
Yes,
that a report
absolute-
come back and,
Absolutely.
okay, right enough. Any other notice of motions? Could I have a mover and a seconder then to confirm the proceedings of our meeting today? Councillors Carter and Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Carter, seconded by Councillor Dayu. Be it resolved that bylaw 4158, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the February 22nd, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Council, be considered to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, and the seal of the corporation be affixed.
All in favor? And finally, could I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor McKechnie, Councillor Ryan, thank you.
Hackney, seconded by Councillor Ryle. Be it resolved that the February 22nd, 2023 meeting of Haliburton County Council be adjourned.
All in favor? Thanks, folks.